Start off mentioning on the comments yourself, but mentioning how horrible Heather is, saying that she's a fuck up at work, and another saying that she's a wino and is never smart enough to go to Harvard. You have now reached situational awareness. Your watchers feel like they are in such a good position to do so that they can directly ridicule you. Your phone freezes up, then turns off, but you already know that now you are being watched.
Why don't you turn back before it's too late?
After reading through subreddits, tweets, and 4chan posts, It seems that these stalkers want you to know that they're there. They want you to be aware of the never-ending looming threat. Why? Well, I'm going to pause here. The issue with majority conspiracy theories is that they're resolved in absolutes. That there is one golden answer to every matter that confuses you. If you look into the corners of the web, you'll find these half-brain theories scattered everywhere. And if you're not careful, you may begin to believe them.
Oh, I was muted. I'm retarded. Fuck. So, let me triple check real quick. I just want to see right here. Maybe? Obviously, if I wasn't streaming, it'd be pretty good. Pretty much better. But, hold on. No, I really wasn't, Dale. Don't worry. Uh, I don't think I was. Give me a second. But no, I just realized with Wait, hold on. I can run. I can run all four at the same time now for around the same CPU usage I had as 3. I'm still at like 80, 85. I'm at, it's like 80 to 85. See, it just went down to fucking 70, I just saw. Like 70% CPU usage. And I have all four accounts on now. So that's what I'm hyped about, personally. Is now I can use 4 accounts to fucking do this. Holy shit. Yeah. I mean, CPU's going down. And like I said, now I can use all 4 fucking accounts. And it's now using the same CPU usage as well. So what I'll probably start doing... Oh, not this. Turn that shit off. What I'll probably start doing is... how I fix it. Apparently all 4 accounts were running at fucking 200 FPS. So I went into the things and made them all fucking 30 max. Maximum 30 FPS. That's legit how I fixed it. Because I noticed that earlier, I was like, dog. Because I tried to limit the frame rate, and then I was like, dog, why the fuck am I only getting 30, or why am I getting over 150 FPS on these accounts? When it clearly is not working. I mean, this account, Shift F5, I mean, it's at 100. I mean, it's not crazy. But the thing is, all of these accounts were all, like, even yesterday and shit, right? What CPU I got? What do I have? And is it water cold? I don't believe so. Let me see what I got. I got a AMD Ryzen 7 5800X 8-core processor. But I have 16 cores. Ryzen 7 5800X. Uh, let me look this up real quick. Or wait, no. Yeah, HW monitor. Let me do that. HW monitor download. Download now. Let me get this real quick. Yeah, I replaced my GPU whenever it fucked up last year. Yeah. My CPU, I don't think I ever... So what would you need to put on, thermal paste on? Like, what's the item called that would... Let me look up my, I'm not sure specifically. Let me look this up real quick. Let me look up some shit real quick. I gotta look for messages I sent to this one fucker. Do you want Intel? Which is better? I've always... If you're still up, what if... New egg. So here's all that I got. I have an AMD Ryzen 7 5800X 8-core 3.8 gigahertz, an MSI MPG B550 Gaming Plus AM4, a Corsair Vengeance RGB Pro 32 gigabytes, a PNX XL8 or GeForce RTX 3070 Ti. I don't have paste, so Corsair IQ4. Hold on. Let me check something. So I'm trying to look up what I have, and it looks like... So I have a Thermal Take Tough Power GF2 ARGB Sync Series. I don't know what that is. But then here I see a Corsair IQ H100i Elite Capelix Liquid Cooling System. So what the fuck is that?
Hello everyone and welcome back to Scorpio Tech. In pump head, you'll take a customizable Capelix RGB pump head. Inside the box,
Why does my headset just turn off randomly?
we are immediately presented with the standard paperwork with the rest of the components pretty much everything you'll need, whether as well as the fans to the radiator, the IQ Commander Core control fans, and of course RGB control, both of which can be plugged directly into the Commander Core or
What's water cold?
the Commander Pro. if you already have one of those. Taking a closer look at the radiator and pump, I have to say I absolutely love the design. The white is going to work really nicely with my Corsair Crystal 570X white Capellix cooler. I started off by mounting the included Intel bracket onto the rear of the motherboard, then carefully adding and cables connected in spread as to screw in. Simply a case of firmly and evenly mounting the pump head onto the CPU. A quick tip for getting an even spread is to get onto the rear of the motherboard, then carefully adding and tightening the standoff screws onto the front, ready to mount the cooler. Next up, to make life easier, I got the fans installed onto the radiator as outtakes, which I know isn't optimal, but it's worked well in this case for years, so I'm not going to change that right now. I then routed the cables to the back and mounted the radiator into the top of the case. As I mentioned earlier, for testing purposes I'm using pre-applied thermal paste, so it was simply a case of firmly and evenly mounting the pump head onto the CPU. A quick tip for getting
Wait, what did he say?
into the top of the case. As I mentioned earlier, for testing purposes I'm using pre-applied thermal paste, so it was simply a case of firmly and evenly mounting the pump head onto the CPU. A quick tip for getting an even spread is to screw in opposite corners with all the and of course ensure you get a nice even covering of thermal paste and contact on the opposite corner, mounting the pump head onto the CPU. A quick tip for getting an even spread is to screw in opposite corners little by little to ensure you get a nice even covering of thermal paste and contact on the processor. With all the cables connected and tidied away, it was time to turn on the PC and check everything was working as expected, and of course, the peel. Absolutely stunning. The white radiator and tubing work really well with this case, and the fact that the pump head is not only RGB but actually customizable, personal logo been averaging between is a pretty hot CPU. Under heavy load it has been reaching, considering the i9 in very rare cases, the low 80s, which is pretty much on the balance extreme enabled, so not only are the Corsair Capellix cooler and fans controllable from the i quite loud with the extreme setting enabled, so it is sets available. In very rare cases the low 80s, which is pretty much expected for this CPU, considering the i9 9900K is a pretty hot CPU. Under heavy load it has been reaching the high 70s, and in very rare cases the low 80s, which is pretty much expected for this CPU and a fairly small radiator in an outtake placement. This was tested on the balance setting with and quiet presets available as well. Although, as for the lighting, the IQ socket, but also the Asus mother of I'm considering I've got this cap as IQ, so if Corsair H100 their product's a pleasure to use thanks to its console absolute cooler. Thank you all so much for
Hold on. Oh, so, deleter. Are you still here, deleter? Hello? Deleter? So, looking it up, I don't need to put thermal paste on it, right? Because from what I look like, it already came with thermal paste. So I don't have to do anything, right? Like I'm good. Because when I saw it, it said liquid cooling, I'm thinking I'm actually having to put water in it. And it's like, no. But like I said, I'm still a little confused on it, but yeah, let me do a little bit more, I guess. How often replace thermal paste? Every 2 to 3 years. Well, it says every 2 to 3 years, and from what I've seen, um, or yeah, from like I saw, and it hasn't even been 2 years yet since I got the PC. So yeah, everything should be good then. It's just high CPU usage because obviously I got all these fucking accounts. Has anything closed? Did I one of my games? No, they didn't. Yeah, cause see now my CPU keeps going down to like 70. Like it just spikes for like a minute or so to 92. It doesn't uh let me look that up then. Um how often do you replace thermal paste on liquid? Or actually, let me look this up. Here. I don't even understand what the fuck thermal paste is, so I'm just gonna ignore it. Like I said, my PC runs hot because, of course, I'm using it hardcore. At the end of the day, I don't think I need to. Like, I think me running it when it's consist. Because right now, hold on. Actually, let me check that thing I just downloaded. Extract all. HW monitor. Voltages, temperature. CPU is at 67 degrees Celsius. Fans, CPU, 2,277 rotations per minute. AMD Ryzen 7, voltages, CPU VDD, temperatures, packages, yeah, under 67 degrees, powers, yeah. I mean, everything looks good. Generally, it seems like all my CPUs are staying between 70 to 90, right? Obviously, at random times, it'll spike up to like 100 and 106% for like 1 second. But on the general thing, it looks like my CPUs, like all of them. Because you also got to realize I got 16 CPUs. So, if I only had like a couple of them, yeah, maybe I shouldn't be doing this, but I have 16. Like I said, for what I'm doing with it right now, it just seems to consistently be at 70 to 80% the whole time. But it's not at 100%, right? So, I'm good.
This individual.
They want you to be aware of the never-ending looming threat. That is another post.
Why don't you turn back before it's too late?
After reading through subreddits, tweets, and 4chan posts, it seems that these stalkers want you to know that they're there. They want you to be aware of the never-ending looming threat. Why? Well, I'm going to pause here. The issue with majority conspiracy theories is that they're resolved in absolutes. That there is one golden answer to every matter that confuses you. If you look into the corners of the web, you'll find these half-brain theories scattered everywhere. And if you're not careful, you may begin to believe them.
This individual is coming every day. He's been doing this for 4 years in front of our house.
Dang, Deleter, you getting fucking gang stalked. It's been happening every day, essay.
And I have seen him with a camera and a tripod in those woods over there. When I approached to see what he was doing, he came running out of the wood, picked up the tripod, and went back to the wood. Yep. 4 years doing the same thing.
4 years doing the same thing, man.
Four years doing the same thing.
What I also love about people that are getting gang stalked, quote unquote, they never getting gang stalked and or they never record why they always record videos like they're in fucking like lost footage.
This is our house over there.
That's what makes the idea of gang stalking so difficult.
So YouTube is your boss. Coming at you with another one. And yes, I'm posted in Walmart again. I may look slumped or whatnot. I just left work and I only got about 3 hours of sleep last night, not even. So I'm coming in, in Walmart again because these gang stalkers, these government officials, these military men, these agents, demons, they've been on their job today. They've been on their job today, yesterday, and you know what I'm saying, probably pretty much gonna be on their job tomorrow too. Heavy. But we're gonna debunk all that shit. I'm just in Walmart again because they love to be on my dick. Remember I said I like New York Giants? Remember I said I like New York Giants, right?
Why would the CIA go after you using the most mundane, boring tactics possible? Victims of this tactic are probably now screaming at the screen.
That is exactly the point. It is so no one believes us.
But then if you ask these said victims about the possibility of why they're being gang stalked, you start to get some interesting stories. Menacing tales of devil worship, corporate black magic, human trafficking, celebrity cults.
You see what I mean? Like, they just geeked, bro. None of that's happening. Also, what the fuck was I gonna do?
So on and so forth, usually which the victim has been able to outsmart and escape from. And due to their wits of outsmarting these cults of black magic, these stalker groups now follow after them as a threat. A threat, if not a reminder, that if they open their mouth at any point, they will be wiped off of the map. Then, why aren't these people wiped off of the map?
Yeah, see, personally for me, I would, if I was having gang stalkers, I'd be like, if y'all real, come eat my booty about it. See y'all some pussies. But then I'd be the bad guy. If y'all gang stalkers real, come fuck me about it. Am I? Okay.
The cops refuse to file.
And yes, I'm posted in Walmart again. I may look slumped or whatnot.
Duplicate tab.
4 years doing.
I just left work and I only got about 3 hours of sleep last night, not even. So I'm coming in, in Walmart again because these gang stalkers, these government officials, these
You see what I mean? Like, these people doing all this, and I genuinely can't see how they don't realize how fucking insane they sound.
military men, these agents, demons, they've been on their job today. They've been on their job today, yesterday, and you know what I'm saying, probably pretty much gonna be on their job tomorrow too. Heavy. But we're gonna debunk all that shit. I'm just in Walmart again because they love to be on my dick. Remember I said I like New York Giants? Remember I said I like New York Giants, right?
Why would the CIA go after you using the most mundane, boring tactics possible? Victims of this tactic are probably now screaming at the screen.
That is exactly the point. It is so no one believes us.
But then if you ask these said victims about the possibility of why they're being gang stalked, you start to get some interesting stories. Menacing tales of devil worship, corporate black magic, human trafficking, celebrity cults, so on and so forth, usually which the victim has been able to outsmart and escape from. And due to their wits of outsmarting these cults of black magic, these stalker groups now follow after them as a threat. A threat, if not a reminder, that if they open their mouth at any point, they will be wiped off of the map. Then, why aren't these people wiped off of the map? These believers go across the internet shouting how they're being chased by the Rothschild family for escaping an adrenochrome farming lab underground. There are verified accounts on Twitter with large followers.
See, that don't count, man. This video was was made like a couple months ago. That don't matter that they...
who talk endlessly about their gang stalker experiences. Why is it that the moment they get on the internet, they're invincible to their stalkers? If that's the case, what makes them so special that they're kept alive? Why would they just not get rid of you if they knew how much power you had? And if you keep asking them these questions, at first you'll simply be told,
That's the point. They are studying me.
but if you keep prodding, you'll soon be faced with, well, absolutes.
You're a federal agent who's a part of a gang stalking community.
Or,
It's because I am protected by angels, and the Antichrist can't harm me.
okay, I know I'm tearing into this, and the problem with me and the majority of the internet that does this is that some of these victims have evidence. Like, weirdly specific and rather eye-opening evidence. There are users on Instagram, Reddit, and YouTube who record what they believe to be genuine evidence of gang stalking activities. Activities such as noise disturbances, highway stalking, and electronic probes. In contrast, chosen ones will shoot down the idea of capturing evidence of them, often brushing it off, saying that it's simply impossible, stating that these perps hack into their phones and delete any evidence, or that they break into their homes to wipe any security footage. Other times, when asked if they can present evidence, they will upload content of them parading around grocery stores, harassing random customers. So, when there's actually footage, it can be kind of haunting.
Everything could have been so simple. But everybody's a meddling fool.
Not working hard if you messaging me, boy.
For example, there's a user on YouTube that posts video footage along with a quick summary to what they were doing before the video began. The first clip is of a mysterious car that speeds by their house, before it suddenly goes in reverse all the way down the road. The uploader then goes on vacation, returns home, and that very night, the car suddenly returns. In the video, you can hear the person having a conversation with some unidentifiable person before firing a gun into the air and driving off. Our first impression is probably,
Go talk to the police.
but according to the uploader, they tried. They tried, and the police silenced them and ignored their complaints. And going into the comments, you will find other commenters feeding into this idea. There's echo chamber of pessimism. Everyone you think can help you are all gang stalkers as well. That you're just wasting your time even trying to get justice. Your family.
This is what kills me. This is what's so fucking funny about all this shit to me personally. Is you will literally not be able to reason with these people. They genuinely believe they are the chosen person to be gang stalked. If anybody's worried about people like going and shooting the president, it's these people.
Your husband or wife, the local police, everyone. Just give up and stay alone. They uploaded a later video displaying what they believe is evidence of them being stalked on a highway. They begin driving on one lane before letting another car merge, and this new car is labeled as another perp. The car stays directly behind their vehicle the entire time. The uploader even begins to disrupt traffic laws by going drastically under the speed limit just to see if the car would go around them, reducing their speed down to 40 miles per hour on the
That's some of the funniest shit is them slowing down for cars and then recording them like the people in the other car, the weird ones. It's like, dude, we are on the interstate and you think people are following you. Go seek help.
highway. A dangerous stunt, and yet the car remains behind them. A part of me wonders why the uploader didn't merge into a different lane themselves to really test if the perp would follow. But you can only ask so much from footage. Eventually, the uploader exits the highway, and the stalker does not follow. And then the video ends. Remember earlier how I said that victims and chosen ones claim that there are energy weapons that are used to attack them? The ideas behind what these weapons are,
Like I said, it's just, at the end of the day, it's sad. Literally late 2020, early 2021, a lot of my TikTok For You page kept popping up as fucking people with gang stalking. Like, for gang stalking. And literally all the comments would be like, dog, we know the police won't help you. Go to the hospital. They have like special commands to help with making sure that you're going to stay safe. Trying to get people like the mental health they need. See, a dickhead like me just wants to go in the comments and be like, yo, you not notice that other car following you? Or when they make a video, I'm like in their home, like, yo, you not see that person behind you?
very widely, from supersonic frequencies to microwave lasers that burn the victim. These supposed weapons are hidden away in secret vans or houses from across the street, and yet, the very same channel would post a video stating that they had evidence of these weapons in act. They claim that there is a mechanical beeper sounding off within their walls.
I don't know if you can hear this buzzing, ringing sound coming from the heater. It's not the heater is closed. It's this energy passing through the heater from the other side of the lake and making this ring sound. I think it's because it passed through the metal and it just keeps on all night. And this is what is affecting my body.
Bitch, that is a fax machine. Oh my god. Talking about some. See? See? It's like, no, bitch, we don't see nothing. Like, bitch, this proves nothing. This proves you got a fax machine in your house. That's all it shows. This bitch. I think it's paranoia, schizophrenia, and main character syndrome. The reason I think main character syndrome is a part of it is because why the fuck do you think? See, exactly. You right instantly understood what you said. What I was saying. Like, why are you important enough for them to do this? Like, we don't hear about high level celebrities this is happening to. Why do you think Cheryl from West Virginia is their target? You have no money. You live with 4 other people in an apartment. Like I said, it's gotta be conspiracy theories. Or not conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories for them. It's just like main character syndrome. I genuinely don't know how else to describe it. They have to think that they are the most important person. Because earlier, some of the reasons people said are satanic rituals, Hollywood, the devil, the Rothschilds, which is just a gigantic anti-Semitic thing. I don't know much about the Rothsteins. I just know that they own a lot of banks, and with that, people are saying that they control everything in the world, which I can't confirm or deny because I don't know. Also, I got a weird question for you, Del. Do you think that each Roblox, and like me going into the world for actually never mind, I'm retarded. I was gonna say, is it the same, like, do you think that once I reach the top or actually get to the top, it's gonna be the same for all 4 since all 4 of these accounts are in the same private server? But then I realized, no, that wouldn't happen. Because this shit's fucking, what is it? If I was in the same server as in like the same area, I would be, all 4 would be in the same staircase. And also it's literally based on where you walk, so never mind. The sound you cannot hear that's picked up by the camera is the sound that causes pain to my chest. No, bitch, you're having a panic and an anxiety attack. Cause your stupid ass thinks you're getting gang stalked. That's what it is. You having pain in your chest cause you overthink. It's not because they got secret snipers sniping tiny pellets into my chest. They're killing me.
It
There's people that have done this with Hello accounts. I don't think so. Yeah, he was only using one account. I don't think you understand, though. I don't believe people that are doing this are endgame players. You know why? Because most endgame players for this game are smart and not retarded and are like, hey man, maybe I should probably stop doing this and actually make money. What? I understand. I've been on this before talking about. You haven't, deleter. Are you retarded? Deleter, I joined PetSim99 in December of last year. You just loud and wrong. Oh. I love chat delay. Well, we know there's confirmed a top, and also I don't believe... Oh. I did too, because it was a big thing, because that's when all the videos came out, was in December, and that's when I first started playing. Like I said, one was found by a dev, one was bought by a YouTuber. I don't know if who he bought it from or whatever, but I just know he bought it. I think he was given it by a dev or something like that, or bought it from somebody that was given it. And the third one was another guy, like a random guy. Like I said, people that have multiple accounts, I wouldn't even say, I think there's probably 1,000 people that use more than 2 accounts. I'd go on record and say that, because I don't think there are a shit ton of people that use more than 2 accounts. I think generally, for the most part, people just use 2. So, my thing is, like I said, people with 4 accounts, even if there are people with 4 accounts, like me, I don't think there are people on 4 accounts that are all, like, every single one of them are trying to go for this. I would say that, yes, absolutely. And out of those people, I guarantee there is not a single other person doing this. I could almost put money on it. Because you know why? Because like I said, the last time someone got this was was before the last patch where they quit doing daily updates. Or where they quit doing, like, 3-week updates. It's whenever people... The last time someone got this was a month before they started doing month or weekly updates. There is not people that want to do this, because there's better shit to do in the game at the moment. I can see people doing that, because I think a lot of people got to realize most people don't have extreme PCs, because a lot of people just use consoles, because the amount of people, like the amount of kids in general that I've like come to know and see that have basically been able to fucking get their goddamn, what is it? Get their fucking like PCs built and paid for by their parents. Like, I thought I was lucky because, like, every birthday from all my family and everything, every Christmas and every birthday, I would usually get like $500+, right? And I'd also earn money like couple of other ways whenever I was a kid. I'm talking about before I actually started making my own money. And I thought I was the shit when I saved up a couple years and had enough money to buy a PC. I paid $1,500 for my PC off of money I saved up. Even though, yes, I was privileged enough to be able to get a lot more money than most people do on their birthdays and shit, I still saved up. But to hear that kids are like 15, 16, 17 with $3,000 plus PCs is the most insane shit to me ever. I still don't understand it. Who are these parents? Like, who are these people?
It's intriguing, to say the least.
How do we know you ain't running a bluff?
What if I were to tell you that someone had once dedicated a large portion of their life to the lives of a gang-stalking group that they supposedly discovered, infiltrated, and acted amongst these perps? And
you saying grown-ass men like it's a bad thing, but if I had the money to do that, I would. Like I said, the way you saying it sounds like it comes from a place of jealousy. I can't lie, you sound like a jealous motherfucker. You sound jealous, lil' bruh. Because I would talk the same shit out of jealousy. I would love to do that. I would love to be able to buy Titanic plushies. I think that'd be incredible. But again, I would say for most of these people, these are people that either have extremely high paying jobs or what is it? Don't have kids and live on their own and single. So they have a bunch of, like, a lot of people in IT and shit. Like, that's the same reason why a shit ton of furries are rich and they have a shit ton of stuff. Like, they can pay $5,000 on a suit and have multiple of them. It's because they're, like, most people like that aren't materialistic in the sense of, like, clothes, shoes, jewelry, cars, that type of stuff. Like me. I'm not materialistic like that because I don't care about that stuff. I'd rather get shit like PCs, upgrades, like that type of shit, for shit that I'm actually going to be using most of the time, not shit I'm temporarily using. Someone did 100 accounts, they would probably get banned. Or actually, no. People do. Do you not remember the last clan war? With hatching the good versus evil? The person that was in first place or the clan that was in first place was accounts all by the same guy. He had 75 plus accounts. And he had them all going to the spot to hatch eggs and using the cheat to auto hatch. Or like skip the hatching animation. That's why you saw that person with all those fucking, like, you saw that clan, that random clan that was #1. There are people that do that. And there's also probably hella people that use this game to make money. I could easily see somebody having all those accounts going around, or like even just idle playing or whatever. I can guarantee there's like a couple hundred people with like 10 plus accounts with at least minimum the Huge Hunter Game Pass. Like I said, if I could have multiple PCs to run on multiple accounts, I would. The only thing I want to know is their fucking light or their electricity bill. Nice. Like I said, what I'll probably end up doing, I wasn't even getting anything with the update, so I didn't really care. Like I said, is this probably a waste of time? Absolutely. It probably absolutely is. But am I going to be saying that same rhetoric if and when I eventually do reach the top? Probably not. What I'll probably start doing, except for last night, last night when I slept fucking 10 to 12 hours because the previous day I only slept for like 2 hours because of my insomnia. What I'll probably just end up start doing anyway is just, what is it? Whenever I do go to sleep, I'm gonna just put my computer on sleep. Like, I'm not gonna shut it down, I'm gonna just put it on sleep. And then, or I'll probably exit out of Roblox, and then let my PC rest. 'Cause like I said, yeah, what up?
And acted as a gang stalker themselves, and then proceeded to document all of their findings.
Who are we?
We drive the ambulances that take you to the emergency room.
When your house is burning, we put out the fire.
We are security guards.
We protect you at night.
You only have electricity, phone, and cable service.
Would I feel bad? Why would you feel bad? That's not insomnia. You know that, right? That's not insomnia. Insomnia, you're born with it. Insomnia is not being able to go to sleep. Like, if I didn't take medication for it, Dell, it'd probably take an hour to an hour and a half of me actively having my eyes closed, laying down to go to sleep. The added bonus, obviously, is that I don't know if it's a different term or if it's just also included. You're not able to stay asleep. Well, that's how it is already with me. Hold on. Then that ain't insomnia. Any lights, noises, any caffeine or alcohol before you go to bed? Definitely if you drink. Health conditions, something like that. If you're stressed, eating before bed or not having a good diet could also be that. Or even just like the temperature in your house. Um, oh wait, no, you probably are. You might have insomnia. One in four at a university in Pennsylvania found that 1 in 4 people in the U.S. will develop insomnia each year. And you want to know what it is? Didn't you just start your job a couple months ago? Drink before sleeping like alcohol? Then that's absolutely the fucking issue. But with your job, it could also be that you're just sitting down the whole fucking time. Like, obviously you walk a little bit, but for the most part, you're just sitting down, so you're not exerting as much energy. So you don't really need to recoup that much energy when you go to sleep at night.
Because of us.
We are the janitors.
We have the keys.
We fix your cars. You don't want to mess with us.
We are like the police.
Except we are above the police.
Yeah,
Private investigator and author David Lawson would spend an estimated 12 years of his life researching gang stalkers, primarily during the 1990s. He would conduct his investigations in the United States and in Canada, and yet his writings seem to be almost completely ignored by all parties. I mean, this man supposedly broke the Matrix here. He cracked the code. He broke into the secret club and documented evidence. 12 years of it. This should be every chosen one's holiday, birthday, and Bible. So, why does no one talk about it? David would break down his documentation into two categories: what was witnessed, and his thoughts following the experiments. And immediately, I can begin to understand why, perhaps, victims don't credit or cite his books. I should really just say book, as in one book.
And also, it ain't bad, Deleter. Because at the end of the day, if you feel fine, I don't think it's bad. The issue is if you sleep for 4 to 5... Now, let me ask you this. Do you sleep that little bit and then can't go back to sleep? Or do you sleep that long and you go back to sleep? It might help initially, but...
Because he actually stopped printing terrorist stalking in America and updated it to cause stalking. So, it's technically the same book. Anyway, as I was saying, David actually states that gang stalkers are pinned from terrorist and anti-government establishments, a concept that is wildly in contrast to a...
I mean, my biggest thing is like I said, the notion that you have to sleep like 8 hours a day is wrong. Well, if you wake up and initially start having thoughts in your head of wanting to do shit, because a lot of the times, like, for me, for example, like, update day on this game, I usually can't go to sleep that long. This update, I'm not gonna really care. Because I'm just gonna... What I'll probably do, I'll see what the update's about. And what I'll probably end up doing anyway is I'll just fucking... What is it? I'll probably just end up doing, the fuck is it? Probably just end up having those 3 accounts still play, and then on my main account I'll just... Can't even enjoy staying in bed. Why would you want to? It's probably subconsciously a thing where you're thinking like, dude, I need to fucking, what is it? Because personally for me, like, when I do work, like, a job, I'm really just like, I don't know. Who cares? Or during the weekdays, or during the days I work, like, I'll wake up repeatedly, but I'm always able to go back to sleep because I know I have to go back to work. Because are you waking up like this only on your days off, or are you also not getting that much sleep during the week? Because whenever I do work a job, and it's the weekend, I will purposely not sleep as long. Because I'm like, this is my only day off. Or these are my days off. I want to enjoy them as much as I can. I don't want to be in bed all day. That's fucking stupid. Or not be in bed all the day, because I still stay in bed when I play on PC. It's just more so a thing of like, why would I want to, like, stay asleep the whole time? And then, like I said, if you aren't really affected by it, who cares? Some people just don't need more sleep. The big thing. Some people need more sleep, some people don't.
A lot of gangstalker conspiracies. A lot of victims believe they're targeted from corporations and militant figures, but David already goes against this. He reports even further that these victims are based around blatant white lies. The gang actually believes they're doing good for the community, whether the community is a small town or an entire city, all because they've been told that the victim has a vast criminal record.
Do you wake up and not feel tired?
That the victim is a child. This answers, to put it simply, why the victims are attacked.
Dog. I was looking up something on Google, and this fucker just scared the absolute living shit out of me. With that noise. Why the fuck would he do that?
Why does no one talk about it? David would break down his documentation into two categories: what was witnessed, and his thoughts following the experiments. And immediately, I can begin to understand why, perhaps, victims don't credit or cite his books. I should really just say book, as in one book, because he actually stopped printing Terrorist Stalking in America and updated it to Cause Stalking. So, it's technically the same book. Anyway, as I was saying, David actually...
You might be getting old. That might be a thing. Like I said, I don't really know. I'm the worst person to ask because you asking somebody that's basically dealt with this their entire life. Thankfully, most of the time when I wake up, if I'm not already, like, immediately thinking of other shit already, like, what is it? I'm able to sleep, like, a couple hours whenever, like, it's update day, and I'm waiting on it, but, like, for the most part, I'm not, like, what is it? But, like, most days, whenever I wake up in the middle of the night, like, after 4 or 5 hours, I'm able to go back to sleep a little bit more. And when I don't, I'm like, whatever. Like, it legit could even be just something simple as, like, you're thinking about ahead of what you're doing the next day, or that type of shit. Make you wake up like that. I don't know. Like I said, I'm the worst person to ask because I've dealt with that my entire life, so.
actually states that gangstalkers are pinned from terrorist and anti-government establishments, a concept that is wildly in contrast to a lot of gangstalker conspiracies. A lot of victims believe they're targeted from corporations and militant figures, but David already goes against this. He reports even further that these victims are based around blatant white lies. The gang actually believes they're doing good for the community, whether the community is a small town or an entire city, all because they've been told that the victim has a vast criminal record, oftentimes citing that the victim is a child. This answers, to put it simply, why the victims are attacked. These gangs generally believe that they're doing the right thing, a vigilante group rather than a terrorist group. Okay, but why are they chosen in the first place? David conjures this up to multitudes of reasons. First, being the obvious. You're a whistleblower, you know too much, or you are too loud of an activist. Therefore, you get followed and stalked as punishment. But he also speculates that a victim could be, maybe, next in line for a wealthy inheritance.
See, with all we know about gang stalking, if people just kept following me, and I realized they weren't going to do anything, they're just legitimately there to follow me, I wouldn't care about them anymore. I'd be like, oh, okay, have a good one. Like, it wouldn't be on my mind to be like, oh shit, like, what the fuck am I going to do? I'd just be like, oh, what up, man? Like, especially if I started noticing who they actually were, or whatever, I'd go out my way to be a dickhead. Like, if I'm trying to take, like, if I'm in the, trying to think of a way. Like, I go to the restroom and they join me in there, I'm gonna start freaking them out. Like, yeah, retard, follow me in the bathroom. I'm pulling my pants all the way down to the floor. You gonna see this ass. Yeah, it's like that special needs kid in middle school. You gonna see all it.
Whether it being financial gain, acres of land, or a new house. Unfortunately, David also states that some victims are merely chosen as practice. A conspiracy theory that many victims do believe to this day, which may only fuel their claims of being quote-unquote studied. David claims that he interviewed all who were involved, from stalkers to targeted individuals to the local authorities, who, surprisingly, actually play a part in both ends. I won't go into every single interview because, well, there's a lot, and I have so much more to get into. Small town, the Matrix here.
We are the janitor.
Of his life, researching gang stalkers.
I keep forgetting what this guy's already said. Sorry, I gotta replay it.
Primarily during the 1990s. He would conduct his investigations in the United States and in Canada, and yet his writings seem to be almost completely ignored by all parties. I mean, this man supposedly broke the Matrix here. He cracked the code. He broke into the secret club and documented evidence. 12 years of it. This should be every chosen one's holiday, birthday, and Bible. So, why does no one talk about it? David would break down his documentation into two categories: what was witnessed, and his thoughts following the experiments. And immediately, I can begin to understand why, perhaps, victims don't credit or cite his books. I should really just say book, as in one book, because he actually stopped printing Terrorist Stalking in America and updated it to Cause Stalking. So, it's technically the same book. Anyway, as I was saying, David actually states that gang stalkers are pinned from terrorist and anti-government establishments, a concept that is wildly in contrast to a lot of gang stalker conspiracies. A lot of victims believe they're targeted from corporations and militant figures, but David already goes against this. He reports even further that these victims are based around blatant white lies. The gang actually believes they're doing good for the community, whether the community is a small town or an entire city, all because they've been told that the victim has a vast criminal record, oftentimes citing that the victim is a child. This answers, to put it simply, why the victims are attacked. These gangs generally believe that they're doing the right thing, a vigilante group rather than a terrorist group. Okay, but why are they chosen in the first place? David conjures this up to multitudes of reasons. First, being the obvious. You're a whistleblower, you know too much, or you are too loud of an activist. Therefore, you get followed and stalked as punishment. But he also speculates that a victim could be, maybe, next in line for a wealthy inheritance, whether it being financial gain, acres of...
I probably got enough for the 2 bottom accounts to have full huges. So I know I at least have 200 or something like that. Just don't know explicitly how much.
Land or a new house. Unfortunately, David also states that some victims are merely chosen as practice. A conspiracy theory that many victims do believe to this day, which may only fuel their claims of being quote-unquote studied. David claims that he interviewed all who were involved, from stalkers to targeted individuals to the local authorities, who, surprisingly, actually play a part in both ends. I won't go into every single interview because, well, there's a lot, and I have so much more to get into. City employees can be used to harass a target in many ways, including tearing up the road in front of a target's home. Employees of pest control businesses who have access to the keys for apartments, and those who work for alarm and locksmith companies are also of interest.
What are you talking about?
Surveillance is conducted 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. When a target leaves his residence, they will alert the group, either by cell phone or by a business band radio. Other members who are patrolling the perimeter to watch for police and other vehicles driving in the area will race to the location to begin the pursuit. If the target flushes a toilet, he may hear a car horn, the sound of a power tool, or hammering, for example. Entry will likely be gained through a member of the janitorial staff, pest control, or alarm technician, since they all have a right to enter. They may even be able to approach a landlord and gain his cooperation after convincing him of their quote-unquote higher purpose.
I don't know, specifically. Once I get this dumbass cat, I'm gonna try to... I don't know, what I'll probably do is just, like, hold an auction of some sort. Just be like, hey, who wanna buy this? Wanna buy this? Like I said, I couldn't specifically tell you because I don't know. I just explicitly believe that, what is it, at the moment, what I'll probably try to do is just get, what is it? I'll just try to get, fucking... I was talking to Fan earlier. You want to know another big reason I want to do this? Or what I'm doing right now? I guarantee there is not a single video of someone getting this huge on YouTube. The only video is the one from when the game first came out, and somebody went into the logs and saw that there was shit. The guy I talked to, or the guy I have contact with, the guy that was the last one to get it, he don't got that shit, or he didn't record it. So I guarantee 100,000 plus views on the video. I can almost guarantee it'll be that much. Like I said, there is no video out there that shows someone actually going up and getting it. So what I'd probably do is I'd make a video in regards to it, in the sense of like, what is it? I'd make a video on everything I know about it, like everything I know about getting it, everything I did, how much time it took, all that. And like I said, that could absolutely boost. Oh my god. Deleter. Deleter. I just thought of something. What if I give away the dog? They gotta like, comment, and subscribe to me. Hold on. Now, hold on. Hold on. Don't say nothing on stream, but check DMs.
He may also cooperate out of fear. Okay, these are some wild claims, but how did David Lawson even become a gang stalker? Well, rather easily, he says. In his book, he talks about how he got involved from just hearing about activity from a scanner. He said his scanner picked up on a random woman reporting that she was now following a vehicle, and she listed off the car model and the license plate number. And sure enough, later that week, David would hear the same woman over a scanner report on different vehicles numerous times. Eventually, on the same frequency, he would hear murmurs about grabbing a bite to eat at a nearby restaurant. So, he packed up his things, and David headed out. Once he was there, he states that he found the group openly discussing various activities, as if they were the police, and that the real police were also in the same vicinity as all of them. David would discover that these groups shared an AM radio station where they broadcasted conspiracies to other willing listeners, discussing things such as Waco or Ruby Ridge. They called it Hate Radio, and with this new radio station, David would tune in regularly and discover coordinates to a local group meetup. At the first meeting I attended, one young man flashed a phony police badge at me. No one paid any attention. Some of those in attendance were the people I had seen in the local restaurant. This was my introduction to the creepy world of anti-government extremists. An ironic twist, isn't it? The people nowadays who claim they're targeted individuals often share anti-government extremist views, but back in the 90s, it was the extremists who were doing the targeting.
I'm cooking, Bill. I'm cooking so hard. Would I? I don't know. Cause here's what I'm doing. Here's how I am right now, Dell. Here is the situation I'm in right now. I know the feeling I have in myself right now. What I mean by that is I understand the feeling I have in the sense of like how I feel about this, how I feel about doing this expedition right now is the same feeling I had when I was going for golden or diamond golden fish. Where every day I'm ready to grind for it. I'm ready to keep going and keep going. You know what I mean? And go for it. But once I get it, I'm probably going to lose any interest ever. Perfect.
Targeting. That shouldn't come as too surprising, I guess.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. I accidentally just clicked this jump button. Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me. Just goated with plans. I'm just goated. And even if I don't do that one I talked to you about, Dell, you know what I think I would do, though? What I think I would do, though, is I would have a live stream of me doing it. And I just be like, once we reach, or I'd be like, comment, and subscribe. What? But I'd probably also do a thing, too, where I'm like, actually, I would have to do it to where I have to make a social media for every single thing. I would need to make I'd have to remake, no, I'd use this channel. Just because it has a little bit of motion. Not too much. I would need to make damn, I just realized. Nah, I probably wouldn't do Twitch. PetSim99 streaming on Twitch is not good at all. So I wouldn't care about that. I remember whenever I used to play and I'd look it up, all it is just people doing scam giveaways, so I would need to make a Twitter account, obviously. I would need to make a, what is it? I need to make a new Instagram, I guess. I would need to make I would just link my TikTok. Because I would make it like a lot of things you would have to do. Just because of the fact, like, I mean, it would be one of the most expensive items in the game as a giveaway. So I'd be like, you have to go to my, you'd have to follow Instagram, follow TikTok, follow my Twitter. you would have to be subscribed, like, comment, and hit bell for notifications. I think at that point, if it blew up enough and I was able to get like subs or whatever. Because in the current moment, I believe that I would have to eventually do it. What I'd probably do is I would just rebrand my Twitter account. I mean, I have an email I could use. Like I said, I have plenty of email. But one of the biggest issues with that sort of stuff, Dell, is having a phone number. So I would get big hackers. Yeah, but that would also require me to click on stupid shit. And I'm gonna be real, deleter. The type of hackers for Roblox I don't believe are even PetSim. I don't think they're the smart type of hackers. If that makes sense. Like, I genuinely don't believe like a large portion of PetSim players do rats or know what rats are. Plus, I would probably have it set to where nobody could DM me on anything. Because the biggest thing is, though, Dell, I don't want to do it yet, right? Hold on. Yeah, why would I click links? That's another thing. Why would I click a link? Not that dumb. I would have to have someone actually fully edit the video. And I'd probably have to be like, yo. I'd probably just hit up Jack or something. Now, what I'll probably do, here's what I'm probably going to do. I'm probably going to do a video showcasing all of it, right? Like, showcasing me getting it, showcasing what I did, all the stuff I did, all the research I did, all of that. And then I would make a separate video. I'd make a separate video about the giveaway, because if I end up just not doing it, I can just delete that video and the other video would still be up. I probably wouldn't say I'm doing it and then just like back out, like on some lame shit, but I don't know. Like I said, I'd probably do that just to capitalize off of it. I already have a second YouTube account, if need be. Yeah. I'm not sure. Like I said, nah. I would do the actual huge itself. You know why? Because you gotta think about it, Dell. No, Dell, here's the thing you gotta realize. If I see a page where it's like doing a giveaway for, or giving away a couple of huges and all that, right? It's like, whatever. But if I do a giveaway for the pet itself, do you know how many endgame players would join that giveaway? You gotta think about it. There's probably a lot of people that play the game that are like, nah, I don't want to do that. Right? There's also, like, people that are, like, late in the game that are like, nah, I'm not gonna do that giveaway. But if I do the pet that's only 4 exist, I guarantee not only would it bring in more people to actually, like and subscribe, but I guarantee it would also have more channels reaching out to me about it. Like, a lot of bigger channels reaching out to, like, want to do, like, check out the pet or whatever. You know what I mean? Because I don't think there's been a bigger giveaway ever on PetSim. I don't think there would have been a bigger, as in, like, a rarer giveaway. Because, yeah, people have given away Titanics, but I don't think somebody's given away a pet that's worth, at minimum, 10 Titanics. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I would either do the giveaway idea, or I would just get rid of it. Or I would get rid of it as in, like, sell it. I'm leaning towards the giveaway part. And if, like, barely anybody watches the video or anybody tries to join the giveaway, I'll just delete the post. Yeah. Because I'm going to be real. Because people that are going to be upset aren't going to be generally, like, adults that are going to have, like, I would say an impact on me for better reasoning. It'd be kids. Which, I mean, yeah, it'd still be bad. But at least then, I could probably end up making a decent enough excuse. I sound fucked up, but oh well. Opera internet browser. Why does Opera have a lot of fucking whatever? What the fuck did it? Is it just because of this?
As even David himself quotes that the Klan developed their own systematic abuse to silence any crimes. So, when did it cross over? When does it go from anti-government extremism to Big Brother is watching extremism? Is it weird that this all feels too easy?
Nah. The reason I say nah to that, though, is just because the fact, what is it? I don't think people would care about that. Literally, people would be coming to my page to subscribe for the giveaway, and I guarantee a decent portion of them are going to leave once the giveaway's over. Oh no, I'm predicting... Like I said, I would at minimum want to hit 10k subs, because that instantly makes me partner. Like I said, at that point, if and when I get it, I would absolutely become a Roblox YouTuber, like making videos and stuff. I'd probably I'd probably stream it, and y'all would help me with ideas, and then I would just chop together shit or whatever. Oh, wait, hold on. Also, what? I don't know how much a normal and how much a give YouTube gets. Well, like I said, I feel like this giveaway would transcend regular giveaways, because regular people, I don't know how much a normal and how much a huge YouTuber gets. What do you mean a huge YouTuber gets? But in views, subs, or likes? Well, that's the thing. This would be the start of it. Because like I said, I probably wouldn't do the giveaway immediately. I would edge it. I'd probably wait like a month or two. And like I said, I'd be like, make sure you like and subscribe. What are you talking about? Because the thing is, Dell, I'm thinking of this as like a one-off thing. Like, there are people that like upload videos every day and only get certain amount of views. But then there are some pet sim videos where it's a single person upload the video and it has a shit ton of views. Because you also got to think about it, a lot of the things that you are seeing too is just, what is it? A lot of the shit that you're just seeing as well is just like topics and shit and videos and shit that people have already done, right? It's not nothing new. It's not nothing like incredible or amazing. Like people, like the videos you're probably seeing are probably people like talking about an update, selling stuff, buying eggs, how to make diamonds, how to whatever. Spending 100k Robux? You mean a million? Are you talking about for the highest viewed or 1k Robux? Yeah, see what I mean? Like, it's stupid shit like that. Like, it's just, like, not exciting things. A pet that has been in the game for, like, near, like, 3/4 of a year, and only the fourth one was found, I feel like that's gonna get more than just regular Roblox views. Like I said, I'm not looking at this from a money standpoint right now. See, you... Ooh, I'ma beat your ass. You such a money-hungry motherfucker. Like, anytime I talk about stuff, you immediately go to money. Just money. Immediately. It's like, when you think like that, that's a bad way to think. I'm not thinking of this... money, yeah, it's gonna be a nice thing, and it's kind of what I eventually want to get to. But that isn't my first thing I'm thinking. Like, what the fuck? No, I'm talking about in general, Dell. Like, literally, most things we have a talk about in, like, serious regards, you turn around to think about how to make money off it. It's like, some people, like, what is it, me doing something for the love of it, and you just like, man, money. Like, dog, that's not what the fuck I'm on about.
Easy. But then,
I haven't mentioned anything about money, and you always the first one to bring up some bread. You, ooh.
there's evidence written from a victim's perspective. No, not from a 4chan post or a Reddit comment. In fact, it's an actual documented memoir that is available on YouTube. The memoir is called Run, Hide, Repeat. The podcast contains 5 episodes, which, in total, runs close to 4 hours in length. And, as the description states, it's 1971, and Ruth Dawkins is going through a messy divorce and fears for the future of her young children, Pauline and Ted. Pauline Dawkins' childhood was marked by unexplained events, a sense of unseen menace, and secretive moves to new cities with no warning. When Pauline was a young adult, her mother finally told her what they were running from: organized crime, secret police, and double lives. For once, we finally get a full constructed story of gang stalking that isn't just a quick
Well, Jafet, yo, we figured it out, baby. We figured out the issues. We got him. We figured it out. We got it all set. From your SAT class? Bruh, it's July. Or you mean you took the test? Hold on. I'm glad I just saw this. Hold on. Hold on.
paragraph.
I'm glad I just looked up what I thought. Hold on. Let me see if this works. I might be muted. Hold on.
graph about being microwaved by the CIA. Her
Thank God. Yeah, I'm good. But with what Jafet just said, hold on. Let me see. Uh, let me check something. Uh, I was trying to see if I could look up what my SAT score is, because I actually am curious to see what it is.
mother suffered abuse at the hands of a powerful husband, a man who was a dominant force in the business world. And with this power came abuse and drinking. Eventually they would divorce, and Warren was only allowed the slightest amount of time to visit his kids, all with strict supervision by the mother. Pauline describes early on in her memoir. He complained that he wanted to see more of them, but they could never tell if it was because he missed his children or if because he viewed it as losing his property. Pauline discusses that after the divorce, her mother would seek help from a reverend He and his wife would help her mother move on, become independent, and the Reverend would even show up as a father figure for the kids, all while being happily married himself. But soon, Pauline's mother began to become paranoid. They would also be forced to go on random late-night hikes, but they were told to not talk about it to anyone.
I was young, but still, I knew something about all of this behavior, this secrecy, was weird. Still, despite that, I was happy. I liked school, had friends, and mostly I felt...
Oh, yeah, I do.
stable, secure. Until the summer of 1974, the year I turned 10. That's the last time I thought of my family as normal. That summer, my mom, my brother Ted, and I went on a camping trip with Stan and Sybil Sears. We started in Vancouver and spent 5 weeks exploring Western Canada and the prairies.
Pauline would soon discover that this camping trip was, suddenly, permanent.
Let me ask you this, Jafet. Did you have to make a college board account?
They were not returning home, and when asked, she would hear an excuse for the first of a million times. I will explain when you're older. She would also learn that the Reverend and his wife had also moved with them as well. This would become a staple for Pauline and her brother. Every few months, they would suddenly abandon everything that they knew and loved, and would move across the country. Every location the family would arrive at, soon, letters would follow. It would soon be revealed that Stan would have a hit placed on him by the Mafia, a hit specifically requested by none other than Warren, Pauline's father. As it turns out, Warren had always been secretly associated with the Mafia, but the reason why Stan was targeted was he had counseled a man who was whacked by the mob, and now they were afraid that Stan knew too much. The story goes from paranoid mother and a reverend providing assistance to mobster gangstalkers versus government agents. And then it turns into a strange love story as the mother and the reverend end up falling in love. One hell of a movie this would be. And yet, for Pauline and her brother, this was a reality. For over 20 years they escaped being stalked by the Mafia. However, I can't help but feel that, at least in my opinion...
Hold on. I'm actually gonna kill myself. Fuck it. I'm not doing it. College board. SATs. I legit was doing it on my fucking phone, and my phone decided to swipe to the right. So it took me back to the previous page. Nah. Fuck all that. Hell no, fuck all that. Absolutely not. Nah. I was just about done too, signing up. How long's this website been a thing, though, actually? Alright. Dog, that genuinely just ruined my day. I don't even know. See, the thing that gonna get me uptight is if I don't think I've ever made an account. Yeah, back to sign in, create an account. I know, but I don't even know if I did it. Date of birth 1998. High school graduation. I think officially it was June 2016. I'm where do you go to school? I'm no longer in high school. Okay, so I can't even. Oh yeah, that could work too. Oh yeah, have you heard my plan, Jafet? Have you heard my plan? Am I doing anything for my birthday? No. I probably would, if I was still a Twitch, I probably would have done a subathon. But instead, I'm just gonna stay broke and sad. I'll probably end up just streaming again. I don't do shit for my birthdays. Because first off, I don't like going out. You know what I mean? I don't like going out and do... Oh, what's my plan? If and when I eventually reach the top, Jafet, I'm gonna do a giveaway for it. And obviously, nah, they don't delete her. They did when I was younger, but that doesn't. Like I said, my thing is at the end of the day, I just like being alone. It ain't really nothing about nothing else. It's just that, damn it! Dog, I'm so mad. Jafet and Delir, y'all both know, y'all have seen my last name, so I'm not gonna fully say it, but y'all will understand. I accidentally forgot to put. I went through the whole thing again. I accidentally forgot to put the R in the second letter of my last name, so it was just Band. Which that'd be a dope rap name. Chandler Band Blank. I'm not saying it. He from South Carolina too, so RIP. I'm retarded again. I just fucked up again. God damn it! Because I forgot I copy and pasted it, so I just copy and pasted the same thing fucking again. I'm going to kill myself. All for this stupid score that I probably didn't even get a good score. You see my accounts are online, but ow. Had to make a band by my lonely. Had to run up a band by my lonely. Fuck boy, I don't wanna be on me. Verification code. I am not leaving my fucking shit. Hold on. What the fuck? How the fuck my sister got my grandma phone on motherfucking... Did all this, and I can't even do it. Ugh. I really did have to make a couple bands by my lonely.
Jarring in comparison. Pauline's novel consists of this deep, complex, disturbing web of communications, while Lawson's felt very simple. He sat down, had lunch near some gang stalkers, and then joined them, as if it were a book club. It's quite the contrast. However, anonymous stories seem to provide much more detail than published stories, as if anonymity is where the real truth hides. Therefore, it's time we take a look into the gross underbelly of this phenomenon.
I will deliver thee out of the hand of the wicked.
I'll be completely honest. This whole section is what I was most excited for. Internet forums allow for secrecy and privacy, more or less pending where that person is posting. And with the illusion of anonymity comes the real tinfoil hat confessions. July 11th, 2020.
It's so nice. Hold on. I only got charged for one thing, right? It better have. I better not have gotten charged for two things. Or anything else at all, for that matter. Haha, fuck you, Apple. Get fucked, idiots. So apparently I have like $40 I owe Apple. I don't even know what for. But thankfully I have my old card on there that failed. So now, whenever I need to buy something real quick on my phone, it'll just, what is it? Whenever it does that, it'll just, what is it? I could just delete the payment method after buying, and Apple is not fast enough to take my shit. Fuck them.
A user would approach 4chan's paranormal board. The user believes himself to be a part of a gang stalking initiative.
Congratulations, you're old enough to vote in the next election. Register to vote. Oh. I can. Select a test. SAT. Okay. I can supply my test information. I did all that for nothing. Okay, cool.
And opens a thread for a Q&A. Gang stalking coordination's expert here. It's a private practice, kept quiet and at arm's length from triple-letter agencies. Industry term for what we do is DE, domestic espionage. And legally, it isn't different from what a private investigator would be expected to do. In practical terms, we get tech that you don't have access to, and we use it to fuck people up and watch them try to fix it. We make ourselves noticeable enough to be apparent to the target, while still maintaining the appearance of coincidence. An external observer sees a
Wait. Hold on.
person making connections where there are only a few similarities. In my experience, it's more of an art than a science. If you're a target, in other words, we will make sure you notice, and that you look crazy for doing so. How to tell the difference between a coincidence and a gang stalking incident? Per Goldfinger, once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, 3 times is enemy action. A coincidence?
Alright. I need to go shit. Be right back.
can still happen 3 times, but the odds of it
I'm
being
back.
just
Sorry
a
about that.
coincidence go way down after that. I'm basing this on how long it takes most people to notice the difference, of course. We've had some oblivious motherfuckers who get followed for years without picking it up. Someone in the last thread asked us if we only work for governmental organizations, and the answer is, technically, no. We are a private practice to keep things plausibly deniable on the parts of our employers. So in effect, anyone who can
Yeah, I was just trying to find something.
afford our fees can employ our services, regardless of affiliation. The trick is, anyone with that kind of money generally is either formally in the government or so influential they might as well be. There have been exceptions, but they're rare enough to count with one hand. Why do people get gang stalked? Why did it only happen to me frequently when I was at my weakest? Now, when I'm stable, they rarely show themselves. There are many reasons, and the rule of thumb is that if you are, you probably know why. Not always, of course. And the more unstable targets will start talking astral fairy magic out of the gates. However, anyone who says they're being followed because they know state secrets or have other information are probably right. From the perspective of the powerful, having someone killed or disappeared is unreliable. People prepare for the potential of getting killed, but what they don't prepare for is being made to look insane, far less being driven to that point. It's a slow burn, and it risks information leak, but it allows you to neutralize leaked information once the source starts talking about gang stalkers. The user's thread lasts for hours, with users asking about personal connections, experiences, and military involvement, and being given vague answers. Can you ever retire? If you keep your nose clean, it helps to change your name and get some distance between you and the work. But if you make yourself not worth the money and time to go after, you can go to your deathbed without any issues. Or so I'm told. This would be the final answer that OP would provide to this thread. A few weeks prior to this thread, another poster would create a gang stalking thread, a topic that isn't really uncommon for the X board. The user would start off with some, might I say, gibberish rhetoric, before suddenly spending the next several hours creating a survival guide to gang stalking, or as they title it, COINTELPRO 2.0. They copy and paste from a website that now lay desolate, creating his own table of contents. In this table, we get chapters such as,
why is this happening to you? How to solve this? Microwave and radio wave radiation.
In total, the user would write 32 chapters. If you want to listen to everything that was written, I recommend you check out Tetsuya's video, which I linked down below, as he proceeds to read everything that this user wrote. After this, the poster would tie gang stalking to being a tool of systematic oppression created by the FBI. These tools were created as psychological warfare techniques to break one's mind and will. This tool is none other than COINTELPRO. COINTELPRO is an abbreviation for Counterintelligence Program, a program that actually operated for almost 2 decades, running from the 1950s up until 1971. Its purpose? To discredit, weaken, and diminish any political parties that oppose the United States government, often known to be used against the Black Panthers, the Communist Party, and anyone else labeled as suspects of the state. When a target was chosen, their name would be slandered in the press. If an outsider agreed with the views of said party, they too would be seen as delusional or a potential suspect. Your whole community would turn against you. So, for peace sake, why get involved in the hassle and just avoid the party at all means necessary? I mean, you don't want to sound crazy, right? It should be of little to no surprise that targeted individuals refer to COINTELPRO as evidence. The definition is nearly word for what they're describing. A group of people, especially government figures, secretly out to tarnish their reputation, causing public dismay around their character. It's easy to believe you're crazy if the entire town is murmuring slander behind your back. It dissuades the majority from believing your story and thus causing you to be more and more alone. The end goal? Either drive you to madness or drive you out of town. But what if you don't go outside? What if you're an introvert, a recluse, someone who refuses to partake in society? How are you targeted then? And that is when the belief of energized weapons begins to conjure. At first, I was going to joke about alien ray guns and all that, but I decided to take this more seriously. I looked into these wild claims, and what I'm about to show you might seem borderline fictional, but it is very uncomfortably real.
A startling discovery is made.
You are currently looking at various government documents and illustrations, all containing research of energy and radio wave weapons. Majority of these were top secret until 2006. And right here is a documented annex of numerous United States patent files that were filed and approved, along with their description and inventor. You can find companies such as Raytheon, an infamous weapons company, which issued a patent in 2005 for a device that is able to direct high-power magnetic waves at a target for weapon purposes. Even Sony had issued a patent in 2008 in order to monitor community mood by remotely analyzing voice, text, and biometrics. I guess now is a good time to bring up another Sony patent, US 8246454B2, which requires users to yell the advertiser's name in order to end a commercial. That's great. These patents are horrifying. There's one that's purpose is to control human behavior with low frequency waves. Another one, from the 80s, had the purpose of controlling the mental state of subjects by adding imperceptible subliminal messaging to audio signals. And there is a whole list right here full of these, and God knows what other patents exist out there. I found this one by accident. Fuck, there's two separate files that both are described to
remotely cause individual to hear voices via EMF waves, imperceptible to anyone else.
A literal schizophrenia gun. I mean, with all of this, it's not so hard to believe the victims. There is documented proof that the government has had no issue with the idea of toying with controlling thoughts and behaviors of other human beings. There is a book that you can buy, or you can just find a PDF of it online, called The Reality of Psychotronic Weapons Today, written by Preston Bailey, PhD. The book covers many different patents and weapons that the US government has funded, including a distributed sound and light array debilitator, also known as the puke ray. It generates lights and sounds in a specific manner to overload the brain. Prolonged exposure can result in even more unpleasant effects, including nausea and vomiting. Bailey even states that there's a machine called the Medusa, a weapon that creates audio to disorient targets, but it goes completely unnoticed by the human ear. It apparently uses pulses of microwave radiation to generate shockwaves inside of a person's skull. Okay, yes, so there's weapons made probably for wars, but that doesn't automatically mean that they're used against citizens, right? I mean, sure, the NSA record our every movement, and sure, the FBI created the counterintelligence program, and sure, the CIA created the Tempest operation, which is used to spy on your electronic device screen by intercepting the radiation that emits from your device. And sure, the CIA performed MKUltra, where they spent decades attempting to brainwash citizens. And sure, the CIA performed the Stargate project, where they attempted and documented psychic abilities. And sure, the CIA operated Project Chatter, which was designed to obtain information from citizens against their free will. And sure, the CIA made Project Artichoke, where they attempted to create assassins through drug-induced hypnosis, and would force addicts to go into withdrawal and attempt to create a new personality during their amnesia-like state. And sure, they tested Project Artichoke on groups that were deemed as untrustworthy during none other than 1950s America. And sure, the CIA may have brainstormed Operation Northwoods, which was the idea of CIA operatives bombing American citizens and blaming it on Cuba so we could justify a war. And sure, the United States government once tested a biohazard weapon spray on an entire city to study its spread. Where was I going with this? Wait, hold on. Is the government difficult to trust? No. It's almost as if there's lots of documented evidence to back up the victim's theories and claims. But does that mean every victim is being hunted by the CIA? Well, no.
Do you believe in mental telepathy?
First, I want to circle back to the little rant I had prior to discussing the evidence. I made a comment about an echo chamber. The idea that the world is after you and you can't trust anyone, to just give up and stay alone. This right here could be, and more than likely is, causing significant damage to a lot of people's health. To brush away any and all thoughts and title everyone as the bad guy. First of all, that's an absolute. But above all else, it's single-minded and it's dangerous. You can find a lot of people discussing that the end goal of gang stalking is to cause a person, to cause a victim, to take their life. But by simply telling everyone who suffers with these ideas, whether they are based on documents or delusions, that there is nowhere to go and no one to help, it only fuels these depressing thoughts and ideations. According to the Environmental Research and Public Health article, The Phenomenology of Group Stalking, a content analysis of subject experiences, over 0.66% of adult women, along with 0.17% of adult men, report being gang stalked in the West. By definition, stalking is often an individual who acts solely by themselves, or in some cases, stalking through proxy, i.e. online, or by telling their peers to also go after you. So, their article decides that 3 or more separate individuals need to be involved in order for a case to be labeled as gang stalking. They hosted an anonymous questionnaire online for adults who defined themselves as victims of stalkers, and they discovered that 12.3% of the participants claimed that they were being gang stalked. The study then took 50 different written accounts to analyze deeper and found that the victims' stories are something we're kind of already used to hearing. Examples stating that it's a brainwashing military experiment, or it's part of an overt agenda to create and test mind control. They're creating weaponry tested on us. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? I began driving a friend around to make his pot sales, and I started noticing we would get tailed from time to time. I knew this friend had connections in weird places. He knows members of Anonymous, and he knows people who work at the Pentagon. I also did a lot of research and was very vocal about being anti-government and anti-corporation. This is what got me targeted. Once you're on their list, your life can become a living hell. Because I refused to join their devil cult and become an operative, I would become a victim. My invitation to join came at an early stage via voice to skull. This article even boils down similar traits between each victim's story. 94% of the stories mention being followed or surveilled. 80% mentions a conspiracy theory, normally involving government agents. 66% share direct physical interference and harassment. 44% mention being targeted via noise, and 40% of victims mention mind control. In the end, the article seems to acknowledge that there is a gang stalking experience happening, although it's seemingly impossible to determine why there's one happening. The possibilities aren't necessarily endless, but with the little to no evidence besides word of mouth, it's difficult, if not impossible, to proceed further with a conclusion. Something you'll notice quickly after reading online is the concept of schizophrenia, an unfortunate disability that millions around the globe deal with. But targeted individuals don't see schizophrenia as just a disability. They see it as a slur. If you bring up the possibility of a targeted individual having schizophrenic symptoms, they barrage you with insults. When I posted on Patreon that I was working on a gang stalking video, a supporter reached out and recommended a channel to me, and after only one single video, the idea of schizophrenia is already mentioned, obviously negatively, and the uploader responds to that comment stating that every single person who thinks that they have schizophrenia is actually a targeted individual. Yet, when we look into the medical field for this very concept, the results are staggeringly different. I mean, wow, who would have guessed? At one point in all of our lives, we've believed in a story even before discovering if it were true or false. This is simply a human experience that most of us have. We hear of something that fits a personal agenda of ours, and if it fits what we're subconsciously seeking, then we don't always seek verification. So it's up to each and every one of us to keep ourselves accountable for when information is proven to be false. Except, have you ever heard of delusional disorder? It is when a person's brain actively struggles with facts, logic, and reasoning. And of course, it's much more complex than that. Humans with delusional disorder struggle to balance their beliefs between real and fictional. And what makes it worse is that if you discuss this with them, their disorder leads them to believe that you are wrong, and secondly, you're actively conspiring and working against them. The disorder isn't always associated with schizophrenia or schizoaffective disabilities. Sometimes, it can be trauma-induced, whether from emotional manipulation, family history, or even substance abuse. But the disorder remains the same. Victims struggle to believe when someone's helping them, and struggle to grasp between reality and imagination. Similarly to schizophrenia, if gone unchecked or against medical orders, the symptoms may increase. Symptoms like hallucinations, psychotic depression, or manic episodes of bipolar disorder are just some ideas, but the delusions can spread into other areas. There is delusional jealousy, where you believe your partner is unfaithful regardless of the lack of evidence. There's grandiose delusions, where you believe yourself to be deserving of a crown, you're all-powerful, and you're immensely rich, despite your social status. And then, there are persecutory delusions. To suffer with persecutory delusions is to believe that you are at the end of a developed evil plot. You're being tracked, followed, you're being spied on and lied to, and all of this will result in harm. These symptoms can lead a victim to have anxiety, depression, and insomnia, and if gone untreated, it can lead to a state of mental impairment. The severe damage is not instantaneous in most, with many people maintaining a high level of functionality for years. But their delusions, these hallucinations and obsessions, often resort the person to their own personal prison. But of course, to the individual, it's more of a personal solitude. No one can be trusted, and no one is allowed inside of their shelter. These individuals could become too frightened to step outside of their shelter, even for work. This act of solitude and seclusion only heightens their depression, with some cases even facing suicidal behaviors. This is why it's dangerous to just go online and trust what others say. I mean, you can apply that to anything, but you could be hearing stories of pure hallucination and getting advice from victims who have all but completely shut out every individual of their life. Advice such as give up and don't even try. Advice that completely rejects the medical field and looks down upon health specialists. There are special forms of treatment if you feel that you have symptoms, which last for weeks at a time, and if you're willing to ignore internet forum moderators. I'm not going to sit here and say the cliche, take meds, schizo, as professionals have even heavily stated that medical supplements alone are not effective towards helping with the symptoms. The best recommendation is to seek a professional to talk to. Do I believe gang stalking is real? Honestly, Yeah, but that's with the inclusion of cartel members, grassroots drama, and other criminal activities. However, the chance of everyone on the internet who claims they're being stalked by alphabet agencies and shadow governments is next to, if not entirely, laughable. That's just my personal opinion though. I will admit, there is something I did not discuss. There are people who believe they're gang stalked by demons and demonic energy, but I'll be honest, the idea of gang stalking spiritual warfare is far from my niche. I attempted looking into the idea, but a lot of the videos I've watched seem to be more of support groups rather than information pieces. So, that's a topic I'll leave for the more spiritually involved. I hope you enjoyed this video, although
I didn't. Where's the part of the video you go up to people that think they getting gang stalked and being like, yo, I've seen this guy been following you all day, you good? I'm a dickhead, I know. What other schizo videos are there right now? Video. Uh, Filters. The real Dune. My thoughts on Bluey, who cares? The entire story of looking for Vampire Diaries video, don't care. The conspiracy theory iceberg. Yeah, I want to see this.
Don't feel like you want to set through.
I can't wait to see what even bigger schizos think than me. Oh. Oh. Duplicate tab.
Don't feel like you want to set through one of. Hello everybody and welcome to the Conspiracy Theory Iceberg. Everybody, in this series we will look at everything from ancient cults and concepts of old world gods to theories of intelligent life among the stars. Don't feel like you want to set through one of the videos.
There. Sorry about that.
In this series, we will look at everything from ancient cults and concepts of old world gods, to theories of intelligent life among the stars and beneath our feet, to government conspiracies and secret missions to hide the world from forbidden knowledge, and of course, giant humanoids existing in the caverns within the hollow earth. If you can imagine anything from unfathomable to weird, the Conspiracy Theory Iceberg has you covered. Now, as many of you probably know, this is a series that I finished a few months ago. However, in the beginning, this was the series that jump-started my channel. And I understand that it can be a lot to go back to the beginning now and then watch the whole thing from square one. So to make it a bit easier for you, I made this video where I took out all of the intros and outros to give you one straight run-through of the entire series. Now, like I said, I began this series right whenever I was starting out on YouTube. Because of that, I really didn't know what I was doing from a presentation or technical angle. So because of that, the first couple videos in the series are just me talking into an iPhone camera with no microphone. And I totally understand if that's too amateur or grating for you, so to make it a bit easier, in the description I have put timestamps for where each original video began and left off at. So if you don't feel like you want to sit through one of the videos, you can go to the timestamp and skip forward to the next one and see if it's any better. But I can confidently say, given the vast amount of topics and insanity that this iceberg covers, I know there's something in there for you. So without further ado, I hope you enjoy the series, but first of all, and as always, thank you for watching. Boy, am I excited. So there's been this image floating around for a while called the Iceberg Conspiracy List. And for those of you that don't know, it is a picture of an iceberg, and on it there are several separated tiers that gauge conspiracy theories from how known they are to how unknown they are. I'll actually throw it up now so you can look at it. As you can see, it is huge. There are several variations, but I think this one is the best, not only because it is the most well structured with different tiers and specifics for what each tier means, but it also is the most comprehensive. As I tried to find research for this, I'm telling you there was none. Like, no one had done a full breakdown of it. There's a couple people who did one or two, and then after researching it, people were saying that everyone who did full reviews of it was having their videos taken down. So we'll see what happens. So I decided, who better to do it than me? Technically a lot of people, but that doesn't matter. What I'm going to do is, because this thing is huge, every one of these phrases can lead you down an entire rabbit hole of research and investigation. Some of them are well-known stuff like UFOs or Bigfoot, but as you get into some of these later ones, it gets creepy. Like, you drag over some pretty scary ones like human flesh markets or children trapped in floors and things such as, but once you get really far into it, like tier 9, tier 10 stuff, it gets like God's ego death, or the universe was created as a test, and things like that have like these whole networks and stories behind them, but just aren't commonly known. And I'll go ahead and say right now, none of what I'm talking about means I believe it per se. I'm simply conveying what the conspiracy is because I think it's cool, and some of these are awesome. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to do a quick run through of the tier 1, and then the next video will be tier 2, and etc. Like I said, the further you go down, the more crazy they get, so this one's pretty much to whet your appetite. Although there is a lot of cool stuff at this tier that I learned in research for this video. Some of the ones we'll get into in later videos are absolutely crazy, like the City of Broken Candles, or the Valley of Headless Men, and things such as. But like I said, I'm going to go through the entire chart, so we're starting with tier 1. The title and description for tier 1 is Crazy Head, and the description reads, Mainstream Conspiracies and Unsolved Mysteries. Most of this stuff is well documented and known to a good portion of the Western citizens. A lot of common theories may be grouped in broader terms, or may not even appear on the chart at all considering their meaning and popularity. Also, quick disclaimer on this first tier, this doesn't really apply to the others, but some of these are so well known, or you've heard so many times, I'm not even going to cover them, like fake news, or Bigfoot, or UFOs. Like, we all get it. I don't need to go into detail about them. But without further ado, let's get into this, and thank you for watching. First up, we have Big Pharma. Most of you know about this. It's pretty much just a huge encompassing theory that pharmaceutical companies suppress vaccines and cures that are made in order to make money off of treatment. Next, we have Atlantis. Original records of Atlantis date back to Greek times, I believe, between Sparta and Athens, of a continent located somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean. And since they couldn't have got to North America, that would require there to be something in between that has since disappeared or sank. Next up, we have one of the first ones that I didn't know about until getting into this, and that is Nostradamus. Nostradamus was an old philosopher who came up with several of the constellations and discovering the night sky, and it is believed that several of his predictions came true later, such as World War II and the Great London Fire. However, from doing my own research, this is kind of BS because, like, for example, the London Fire, he said that there would be bad things happening in London, and then a bad thing happened in London, so yeah. The Mandela Effect. Most of you are probably familiar with this, but it essentially says that there are...
I will say, though, this, even though this video we're watching sounds like shit, It's just because of the fact that this is his older videos. So whenever he gets to the newer ones on the iceberg, it'll sound better.
There are parallel universes that cross over with each other in minor ways that we're not aware of. For example, those who remember the Bernstein Bears from their childhood may be surprised to know that it's actually the Bernstein Bears, and that several discrepancies like that exist. Like the Monopoly Man has no monocle, and yada yada yada. This is a cool one, it's very deep, it goes on for itself, so if you're interested, check it out. Next is Malaysian Flight 370, which disappeared somewhere over the Indian Ocean.
Oh, I remember about that. Not only do I remember about that, I know... Actually, we watched a video on it recent, like a little bit ago, I think, where, I mean, they figured out what happened to it. Like, whatever happened to that plane, they figured it out. They know what happened. It's just the fact that, the pilot killed them all. But it was like this really fucking incredible plan, too. Low-key. I've seen the video, like, we watched it on stream, but I don't know how many people were actually here for it, so... Yeah, basically, they don't know why the pilot did it, but basically what he did is he pulled off the ultimate, like, I guess, heist, per se, I suppose?
Ocean. The conspiracy states that there is a U.S. military base there, and more than likely the plane was either hijacked and flying towards it, or flew too close to it, to which the U.S. military shot it down and covered up all evidence of it, although practically I feel that there's a lot of moving parts in that couldn't be kept secret for so long.
Yeah, like I said, it was the pilot that did it. He, what is it? I know most of y'all probably weren't here to watch it, but basically what happened is that he opened up the bottom hatch for, like, it all, and he depressurized the plane and made it to where there's no oxygen in the plane. And so what happened is after like an hour, everybody on the plane was dead or unconscious because there's no more oxygen. And apparently the thing is it puts you in a state of mind where you aren't necessarily sad or whatever, or like panicking. You're actually in a state of euphoria from losing oxygen like that. Which, I mean, I believe that because of the fact, I mean, if it wasn't true, what the fuck are whippets? Whippets literally make you lose oxygen in the brain. A little bit. That was basically the whole thing. And then, you know, obviously, he like knew where every checkpoint was, where he'd have to find it. He would turn off the entire network for the plane. I mean, he pulled off like one of the biggest thing ever. We still don't even know if that's true, but it's like the best theory there is.
The GMO conspiracy regards GMOs that are in several foods from fast food and markets and things such as, which are used in this conspiracy to cause food shortages and hunger in people, so essentially the whole get the customer addicted idea. Orbs is rather vague. From what I figured out, it's referring to the orbs that are seen in photographs when taken in the sunlight. So, you know, dust, particles, things such as. But the conspiracy says that it is a paranormal or supernatural occurrence. So yeah. The New World Order, for those that aren't familiar, in the book of Revelations in the Bible, it details that there will be a one world government or one world order in the end times. And this will be in much more specific detail as we get later on into the iceberg. But at this tier, it's basically just referring to the idea that all governments want to come together to make one government. I know I keep like advertising later into the iceberg, but there's good reason for it. Some of the ones down there are insane and get into specifics of how one world government can be achieved and things such as. So stay tuned. Next is the Nibiru Cataclysm. Nibiru is a planet, or also known as Planet X, that was predicted by a scientist in 2003 to collide with the Earth in 2003. So pretty well debunked. But the term is still used to apply to an idea that a meteor or any other body could hit the planet one day and kill us all. Now we get into the fun stuff. The Bilderberg meetings is an event that really does happen every year, in which Western economists meet with European governments to discuss capitalism in the West from all the evidence I could find. Obviously, there are several theories that come from this, especially since the fact the press isn't allowed and there are no notes to be taken. So a group of world elites talking behind closed doors in high places. Nice. Transhumanism is more of a philosophy than a theory, really. It applies a lot to anarchist rings, oddly enough, and it's essentially the idea that humans can be further expanded on or bettered through augmentation of computer parts and like cybernetics and things such as. BEK, or black-eyed kids, is a recurring phenomenon in the supernatural community of small children appearing with blacked out eyes. You can follow this rabbit trail pretty far, but pretty much surface level, it's just creepy kids who appear whenever tragedy happens. So people chalk it up to ghosts or extraterrestrials or what have you. Next is Antarctica, which there is a slew of Antarctic conspiracy theories. Everything ranging from giant holes appearing in the middle of Antarctica, to government bases being down there, to that's where the world elites hide. I mean, you could spin forever on this, so moving on. Next is the basement tapes. For those of you that don't know, before the Columbine shooting, the two shooters made a series of videos detailing what they were going to do, how they were going to do it, and generally talking about how they hate people in their school and there needs to be a cleansing and things such as. These tapes still exist, although the conspiracy resides in no one knows who has them. However, randomly portions of them will appear online, leaving people to believe that they're out there, maybe exchanging hands, but no one knows where they're at. Next up, we've got Operation Northwoods. This is a rather well-documented case, but essentially during the Cuban Missile Crisis, there was reports put out by the CIA that said to warrant a war with Cuba, they should commit acts of terrorism against US citizens and then blame them on Cuba to justify a war. Which, yep. Next up is PSYOPs. This is also well documented. Just the fact that specifically the US government, as well as other governments, is known to employ psychological warfare, from noises to conditions and supply rations and things like that. The Vela incident is an event occurred off the coast of South Africa in 1979. What happened is a system of satellites known as the Vela satellites captured two back-to-back giant flashes for seemingly no reason. However, after reading into it, it was probably just an unsanctioned nuclear test because this satellite system had caught them before and they looked similar, and the whole conspiracy is just because there was no scripted test that day. So yeah, probably just nuke testing. Next we have giants. While this one seems vague, later tiers get into it more specifically.
I know this guy's mentioned giants a lot. Like a sense of like, he fucks with it. Hella.
But essentially in the Old Testament of the Bible, there are several references to giants happening, and obviously today there doesn't seem to be any. However, this conspiracy, as we get into it later,
Hello, how are you?
Deep state and cover-ups and things such as, so I don't want to spoil any of it yet, but this is a good mention that asterisk mark, so to speak. We'll get to it later. Padma McCord is an interesting one. There's a lady online by the name of Padma McCord who owns, for some reason, thousands, if not millions of URLs, which, looking at this on the outside, you'd say, oh, it's some company using a name or whatever, until you go to the URLs and it's just pictures of her face photoshopped onto other women for some reason. And every one of these websites has millions of backlinks to other websites, which someone who knows tech may know more about it than I do. I have no clue why. It's just creepy. The Elisa Lam incident. For those who haven't trolled around on creepy internet videos like I have, you may not know who Elisa Lam is, but it is a story that is worth your time. She was a college student, I believe, at the Hotel Cecile in California, who for some reason, it's seen in security camera videos, runs onto an elevator, freaking out, keeps jerking around thinking something's following her, runs to her room, and is never seen alive again until she's found 3 days later in the water tank of the hotel. There was never any evidence of a killing, no one was ever found a connection to it, and it is one of the wildest videos ever to watch, knowing that she was never followed and there was never evidence of anyone following her. It's really strange. I'll leave you to look into this one yourself, but it was one of the first videos I remember that kind of got me into this whole, I don't know, like creepy, dark web, whatever. The Terra Calico picture. This one's just sad. There was a woman named Terra Calico who's suspected to be abducted in the early 90s, and then a few months later, a picture of her bound and gagged turned up in a parking lot around the area she was kidnapped. It leaves a lot of questions of why the picture was left there and what any of it means, especially since it was just in some random convenience store parking lot. But like I said, this is just sad. The Mad Gasser of Mattoon. I have never heard of this one before until researching it, but apparently in the 40s there was a series of gas attacks that occurred in Mattoon, Illinois, which investigators mostly chalked up to mass hysteria and people who left their fuel lines running, but everyone who it happened to, which was dozens of cases, claimed that it was an individual that ran up to them and attacked them with invisible gas. So yeah, have fun with that one. COINTELPRO. Like Operation Northwoods, this one's pretty well documented and known at this point, but essentially before the Patriot Act became a thing, it's evidence of the FBI illegally spying on US citizens to gain information, and blah blah blah, yeah, government bad. The Mao-Yale connection. This one pretty much just says that the old communist emperor of China, Mao Zedong, was in secret connections with Yale University in ways to indoctrinate students and receive funding from them, and vice versa. From what I've seen, it's mostly just conspiracy jargon, but you can check it out for yourself. The I-70 killer. This is referring in the spring of 1992, there was a series of 6 murders of gas station clerks on the I-70 interstate, and no one was ever caught, but some sketches were given. From everything I've found, this is simply just a serial killer string that went unsolved. The Majestic 12 is a reference to a board member of 12 people put together by Harry Truman in 1947 to recover all alien spacecraft information and things such as. This relates back to Area 51, although it's a bit more specific in saying that there's a committee, so to speak, that looks over anything that happens with extraterrestrials. Also, Area 51 was also in this first tier list, but like I said, it's one of those that's so obvious there's no reason for me to talk about it. Red Squads are, again, a pretty well documented government thing that during the whole Red Scare of the 50s and 60s, there were groups of US police officers whose sole purpose was to hunt down communist sympathizers and arrest them for whatever. The Secret was really hard to find information on because it's such a vague title, but given its italics, I think it's referring to a book that essentially is a self-help book that says, thinking certain thoughts deliberately will change the course of your life. So, not sure why it's on there, but we're still in tier 1, so whatever. Acupuncture is an interesting one. This relates back to the big pharma I mentioned at the beginning, and essentially says that acupuncture heals several diseases, but it is purposely put down and not given attention by mainstream media and doctors because it would put them out of business. So it's an interesting rabbit hole to go down. The Max Headroom incident is something that happened in 1987 in Chicago when 2 broadcast stations suddenly cut out and cut to a video of a man wearing a Max Headroom costume, which is a character from British television, who began talking random jargon and swearing and then had someone spank him on camera, and then the broadcast cut out. What's interesting is that there's never been anyone named a suspect, there was never any evidence found, and it's pretty much become a whole Reddit thread trying to figure out who this person was, what happened, and name them. So it's an interesting mystery to go on, but from everything I could find, it was just 2 guys messing with the media. And then for the last one I'm going to cover in tier 1, we have the UN agenda. This is pretty much just relates to Agenda 21 and other conspiracies, which I'll talk about more in later tiers, but the idea that the UN is trying to build itself towards a new world order. Tier 2's title is Deep Researcher, and it's described as, Theories and Twilight Zone level stuff. Most of these entries can easily be studied through the use of mainstream medias, but they require a good grasp of how the world works to be fully understood. Common people rarely go this deep. First up, we have lucid dreaming. Lucid dreaming is a well-known concept that during sleep, some people can control their dreams and what happens in them. I, for one, am one of these people. However, the theory comes in where people who can lucid dream can either affect things that happen in the real world or affect their thought process by manipulating things in the dreamscape. Next up is MK Ultra. MK Ultra is a rather well-known experiment that happened with the CIA in the 1970s, late 60s, in which people were brought in and influenced with psychotropics and other mind-altering drugs for the CIA to view the effects of and potentially use in PSYOPs, which again was something mentioned in Tier 1. This is a rather well-known event. Most of the theories stem from the idea that either it's still going on or it was done at a great larger scale than the populace is aware of. Next up we have hypnosis. Again, this is one of those establishing theories, but as we all know, hypnosis is influencing the watcher to either recall things from the past or implant memories and yada yada things such as. Next up we have fluoride. Fluoride has to do with the fact that in the US, fluoride is inserted into the tap water in order to help with tooth enamel and digestion and yada yada things such as. The conspiracy comes from the fact that fluoride is a chemical and can therefore chemically castrate or influence other biomechanical things in the body. So this will be more tied in later, but such as pineal gland calcification is believed to be a side effect of fluoride poisoning or fluoride control, as people believe. Speaking of, pineal gland calcification is the idea that the pineal gland in the body calcifies after a certain point. This is actually true, however, the side effects of the theory are not. The way the pineal gland works is it has to do with growth and hormone supplements in the body, but after someone passes puberty, it's not really needed anymore and the gland simply calcifies and dies out. The theory comes from the idea that things such as fluoride and other things taken in the body causes the gland to calcify and keeps us from reaching either our full brain or physical potential. This goes into weird theories about how to uncalcify and things such as, but it is true that as you get older, you don't need the pineal gland anymore, so it kind of just withers away. Next up, we have cicada. This is in reference to Cicada 3301, which was a large-scale codebreaker event that happened in 2012. A random account appeared with the name Cicada 3301 and had these large puzzles for people to solve. There have been a total of 3, with a new one being added every time the last one gets figured out. However, the third one, to this day, despite being posted in 2016, has still not been found out. The site says the reason for this is that they are recruiting code breakers for some kind of secret project that no one's aware of. It's a very interesting rabbit hole to go down. I may make a video on it someday. There's several videos out there, and give the third puzzle a look. You may be the code breaker that's wanted for whatever super sleuth activity they got planned. The McFly code is our first look at one of the more kooky ones. It is a belief that the Back to the Future movie predicted 9/11. The evidence of this is saying such as the shopping mall that takes place in the movie is Twin Pines Shopping Mall, or the fact that the first clock of the movie shows 9:55, which on a hand dial would be 9/11, and things such as, and this all connects to the idea that the people who did 9/11 make movies and blah blah blah, you get it. Dowsing, or is an idea that using a fork of metal, people can pick up on sonic vibrations.
Oh yeah, that's like a thing people do to fucking, what is it? To what the fuck is it? To find ghost, I think it is. What people do to find ghost.
From the earth in order to find underground supplies of water, oil, etc. It's more of a wives' tale than anything now, but there is some truth to it when it comes to how people used to found oil refineries. However, the way this leads back into a theory is it's one of those establishing ones again, that there are sonic vibrations within the earth. Next up we have Admiral Byrd, and this is one of the first really interesting ones in my opinion. Admiral Byrd was sent to Antarctica shortly after World War II in something called Operation High Jump, which was essentially an idea to figure out whatever the Nazis were looking for in Antarctica during World War II, which relates to this place called Base 221, which was supposedly a Nazi outpost in Antarctica. When he returned back, he was put into isolation for 36 hours and was told not to speak of what he found to anyone under any circumstances, to which he was then given the Medal of Honor and told to leave. While this is odd, many connect it to the idea of what the Nazis were looking for in the first place, which is something known as Agartha. Which brings us into our next topic, Agartha. In theory, Agartha is a civilization located beneath the Earth. This gets into a larger idea called Hollow Earth theory, that inside of the Earth, it is essentially a flipped gravitational pull, and there's an entire world operating beneath us. What's interesting throughout history is how different civilizations and leaders have been dedicated to finding this quote-unquote Agartha, such as Hitler during World War II, and other ancient tribes have tales of people that live beneath. How that's connected is since Agartha is what Germany was looking for in World War II, and since that's where Admiral Byrd went to go look and then was told to shut up and never talk about it, many believe Admiral Byrd found Agartha and then was told to simply never talk about it. Next up we have Weather Control, or HARP. HARP stands for High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, which is an actual military base located in Alaska. The purpose of this base is to monitor weather activity, although many have accused it as being a weather control base, such as Hugo Chavez saying that the earthquakes that occurred in South America were due to meddling at the HARP location in Alaska. This goes deeper. There's a lot of people who trace the weather around the area to look for signs on it, so you can check it out yourself. But basically the idea in Alaska that the government has a weather control base. Freemasons is another one of those establishing ideas. It essentially goes off of the well-known idea that the Masons are shady and they influence several politics and events that happen around the world. So this is another one of those asterisk ones. Keep the Masons in mind for things that come later. The 23 Enigma is simply that, an idea that the number 23 is suspicious throughout history in things such as dates and events, a number of casualties, and things such as. You can look into this one yourself. It's really long. There's even a movie about it starring Jim Carrey, but essentially the idea that the number 23 is to be avoided. Next up we have astral projection. Astral projection relates a lot to lucid dreaming, although it's a little bit different. The idea of astral projection is that while sleeping or in a trance-like state, someone can remove their soul or their consciousness from their body and walk around and influence things. Experiments with this include hospitals who have put messages on the roof, and people who claim to astrally project have projected above the hospital, so to speak, been able to read what was on the roof, come back down, and tell the doctors what they saw. Next up we have succubi. This will relate more in theories on, such as giants, but essentially the idea is that there are these supernatural entities disguised as women that feed off of men's energy by appearing as a sexual being or feeding off of their life force or things such as. Eastern philosophy is incredibly vague. I can only imagine this is also a setup, as it applies to Hinduism and Taoism, and just general ideas of spirituality, yin and yang, so on and so forth. Nephilim is what I was referring to earlier when speaking of giants. Nephilim is a more specific concept. Specifically in the Old Testament, it says that some of the angels that fell to earth whenever Satan was cast out had children with humans on earth, and that created creatures known as Nephilim, or giants. In the Old Testament, several of the tribes that were wiped out or ordered to be wiped out by God were these Nephilim creatures. Famous characters such as Goliath from the Bible are specific instances of it. Where this goes further is the idea that they still exist in modern day, or small tribes and civilizations are made up of them. The missing cosmonauts relates to the Cold War space race time before Yuri Gagarin was successfully shot into space, that Russia shot up several other people, but since they all died or never made it back to Earth, they simply kept it quiet as a way to not cause bad publicity during the Cold War. This one is definitely more feasible than others on the list, the idea that the Russian government would cover up failures in its space program, but it does make it horrifying to think about how many people could have died in the search for the man in space. The Dyaltov Pass is an interesting one that I will absolutely make a video on someday, but the short version is 9 researchers went missing in Russia in the Siberian area, and when they went to be found, They were all dead, either from having all of their bones shattered, their jaws ripped off, other horrifying scenarios that in no way seemed natural, to the point that the coroner's report on it says they were killed by a, quote, overwhelming compelling force, which could be literally anything. Like I said, it's a very interesting story and very creepy, and I encourage you to check it out yourself. Declassified documents is also super vague. This is probably just referring to the JFK files and other government documents that have been released in recent years, and the fact that they proved and disproved several conspiracy theories. So yeah, go figure. Summoning is also a setup concept. Basically just the idea that people can bring in evil or good entities either through actions or rituals. So specific supernatural beings can be conjured up by an individual. One of which is another concept on the iceberg, tulpas. Tulpas are what we would traditionally figure as an imaginary friend. Essentially the idea that someone can think an entity up so much and imagine them to the point that a spirit inhabits that being. So the idea that imaginary friends kids have, or ideas that always sit in your mind, are not merely ideas but are now possessed by a specific entity. So don't worry about that monster under the bed too much. Operation Bluebeam was an idea put forward by Sergey, Manast, which said that NASA was working with the UN and world governments to pose a new religion in which NASA would fake the second coming of Christ in order to set up the Antichrist as the Godhead. And essentially relates to the end of times, the idea that all world governments are working together to destroy the population, and he called this entire thing Operation Bluebeam. So yeah, occult knowledge is also a super vague one. Basically the just knowledge of the occult itself. So occult's defined as anything that is supernatural but not strictly spiritual. So werewolves, monsters, creatures of the night, etc., etc. Again, this is another setup. It just occurred to me that we are not even halfway done. Magica was weird to find anything for, mostly because I think there is a card game of the same name, but from the best I can figure, Magica is essentially the idea that magic is divided into 5 categories, that is the arcane, the illusionary, the aura, manipulation, and elemental. So I could be completely off, but that's all I could find. Next we have the shelled or firmament earth. This comes from the idea posed in Genesis in the Bible that before the flood, the earth was covered with a firmament, or essentially a wrapping of water that allowed oxygen to flourish and things such as. Now it's mentioned in the flood that that firmament was destroyed. However, theorists believe that there's still a firmament of some kind and that the earth sort of exists within a shell. And most of what I found with this related back to hollow earth theory, so I think they're kind of tied, if not directly. Men in Black is a concept that is rather well known, that government agents who simply wear a suit and use fake names appear to cover up evidence often. This relates to theories such as Polybius, which we'll get into later, or people going missing, and it's essentially the deepest level of government cover-up you can go, that completely nameless and identificationless people will show up in black suits and change things however the government wants them. The Boy in the Box is a real-world case that happened in 1957 in Philadelphia, in which a boy's body was found in a box on the side of the river, and he was never identified. This was weird because no one nearby reported a missing child, no orphanages reporting missing children, nothing. It was just a body found in a box for some reason, which implies murder or foul play, but no one ever knows who did it, and there's never been any connection made. Most theories relate to the idea that it was a cover-up by an orphanage or things such as, but it doesn't change the fact that it's odd that a child could just disappear and no one would notice. Reality simulations is another setup. Basically the whole Matrix idea that reality itself is either one giant simulation for everyone or certain individuals. Clown sightings are in reference to in 2016, whenever various people showed up in clown costumes with knives and weapons and began threatening people in public. What's interesting about this is ask yourself, do you know of anyone that dressed up as a clown? Or have you heard of anyone dressing up as a clown? And why did it happen in thousands all across the US at once? No one's ever came forward, there were never any public plans made, but yet, all at once, they just showed up and then went away. Weird. Divination is the idea that one can see the future or have premonitions of the future through supernatural means. So essentially through meditation or summoning, someone can figure out what will happen in the future. Space is fake is exactly what it says. Space is fake. That either the night sky is a simulation or it is a sort of curtain that's been put up by extraterrestrials in order to give the illusion of space, even though it's not real. Pantheism is a more traditional idea that there is not necessarily a God, but more so that God is a being completely outside the understanding of people and instead exists all around us everywhere at once, or we are essentially a part of God. It is a very spiritualist idea of the universe. Intelligent design is exactly what it says, that people were made intelligently and with purpose as opposed to a random set of accidents or coincidences. And this is pretty much the basis of every religion, that people were created rather than accidentally. LA oil rigs was interesting, and I had no idea about it until reading this. Apparently in LA, regular oil rigs are not up to code or sightly for the city, so they're hidden in completely normal buildings like this.
What the fuck? I've never heard of that. What the fuck?
Every floor you see is fake. All of it is just an exterior covering, and inside is just a working oil rig, and these exist all down the street in LA. Also, this isn't really a theory, it's literally what it is. There are oil rigs working inside of fake buildings in LA. Ghost Girl is also very fake. I think this is just simply referring to the idea of a ghostly girl watching over people when they sleep, or in the corners when they are awake, which I think is something a lot of people can relate to, I hope. Operation Fishbowl was real-world events that happened in 1962, in which the government started launching nukes into the atmosphere and detonating them essentially to see what happened. It was called Operation Fishbowl because of the shape that the nuclear cloud would take when that high in the atmosphere. Not only did this probably have disastrous consequences on the weather and environment, but the whole thing Oppenheimer was afraid of, that the nuke could light the atmosphere on fire and kill us all, not 20 years later, they were directly firing them at the atmosphere to see what would happen. So, good job, team. Archdemons and Archangels is another idea that comes from Christianity. Originally, Archangels were the lead warriors or chieftains of the angels, so as they were cast out of heaven, they would become Archdemons. So this is just the idea of these very powerful demons and angels existing. The Philosopher's Stone is an idea that was originally put forward by Charlemagne the Great of what is now Holy Roman Empire, that's it. The Philosopher's Stone was the basis of what is known as alchemy, which is essentially converting one element into a different kind of element. This stone was something he wrote about several times in his findings, that when approaching another element could simply turn it into something else. So what ancient societies would know as magic, we would know as extreme radioactive properties, or whatever have you with what theory you're following. What's interesting is the Philosopher's Stone, as it's mentioned, has never been found, although there are things similar. So it is, like I said, essentially the bedrock of what is now alchemy. My Red is Not Your Red is the once kind of novel but now overknown concept that just because I see a color one way does not mean you see a color one way. We could see completely different colors, but because we've both spent our entire life thinking that something is blue, we both call it blue without knowing we each see different kinds of blues. It's just that concept. Vampires, while at first may be seeming odd, it does make sense in the grander scheme of things that it's on this list. For example, take old world ideologies and think about why they believed in vampires the way they did. Things such as certain people need to be staked through the heart, or tied up, or in some cases flipped upside down in their coffin. What would the reason for that be unless they had seen something that made them think that was necessary? And it leads into this whole idea of maybe our understanding of humans in history isn't what we think it is. Aura is another setup one. It's essentially the idea that humans exude this spiritual energy around them that changes with their mood and things such as. And this goes into gravitational pulls and sonic vibrations of the earth and things such as. Francis Levy's handprint is interesting. I didn't know anything about this until doing the research for this video. In 1924, a man named Francis Levy was a firehouse worker who, while cleaning a window, got ordered to go away on a call. On that call, him along and 7 other crewmen died in a fire. After this whole event was over, someone tried to spray the window of the firehouse, and his handprint would not come off. This got to the point that they used bleach, acid, pressure washers, all of it, and it became a novelty around the town. People would come to see it. The glass company came to try to see if they could figure it out, but for whatever reason, this handprint was perfectly formed onto this window. The ending is kind of ridiculous though. In 1944, a boy who was throwing newspapers through one and broke the window, ending the legacy. But it is odd that this handprint...
Yeah, then they had to kill the boy. They killed him. He's dead. No longer here. Rip and piss.
...stayed completely unfazed by all of the removal process for 20 years. Bohemian Grove is a 2,700-acre campsite in the western United States, which has been home to several presidents such as Reagan, Nixon, etc. What's weird about Bohemian Grove is the theories that go on around it. For example, there are no pictures taken during certain commencement ceremonies, and people who have claimed to sneak in and take pictures have gotten some weird stuff from it. This all goes back to the idea of secret societies and things that happen, but essentially Bohemian Grove is a gathering place for world elites to do who knows what. Lost Civilizations is simply in reference to the fact there are entire societies that are known about in ancient texts, but that we just can't find. The Mayans, for example, was supposed to have 3 giant cities, and only 2 have been discovered. With our understanding and GPS satellites, it's really weird that these entire civilizations just simply can't be found. The Vikings are another one. Several of the sites that they talk about being set up at or where they lived have just never been discovered. This goes into conspiracies of cover-ups or of information being hidden and things such as, but it's an interesting concept that these entire worlds can just disappear. Paranormal beings is also super vague, just supernatural entities that defy the normal realm of logic. Professional sports scripted is exactly what it says. The idea that companies and elites make up what happens in the games, even if the players aren't necessarily aware of it, in order to drive revenue in the right direction, or ticket sales, or blah blah blah, money, money, money. Snuff cinema in itself is not a theory, it's a real thing. It's simply the idea that people will actually take videos of people being murdered or raped or things such as and sell them on the dark web or in shady circles. Where most of the theory comes in is who makes these may be higher up elitist, or at least the buyers might be. So while this is a real world thing, it gets a lot more creepy when you think about who may be consuming it. Gang stalking is a phenomenon that is mostly observed in schizophrenics, but it is the idea that several mundane people are following you at any given time. So what that may mean practically is whenever you walk up to the mailbox, your neighbor looks at you. Whenever you drive to work, a car pulls up beside you and it's kind of going the same speed. And when you get to work, someone keeps glancing at you. The idea of gang stalking is that all these people are in on it and are conspiring against you for some reason. This is also seen a lot in conspiracy theorist circles, with ideas that people who know too much are being followed by essentially men in black in disguise. Experiments on humans, also super vague, but as mentioned before with things such as MK Ultra and experiments that we know happened in World War II, it's kind of a real thing. I guess the theory would be the extent of it or the modern application of it. Sixth extinction is the idea that there have been 5 primary extinctions in history, such as the meteor and the ice age and things like that, and we are currently on the 6th extinction, which would be man and would be a man-made issue that we created ourselves. Pseudosciences relates to old world theories, or mostly old world theories, of things such as the 4 constants in the body being science or spiritualism and things such as, and essentially where it relates to conspiracy theories is saying that there is more credit to it than has been disproved by science, and the discredit of it is simply repression. The Saturn rings theory comes from the idea that the rings of Saturn were created when an asteroid collided into it some time ago, and the particles of that asteroid were simply caught in its gravitational pull and formed Saturn's rings. Where this gets creepy is thinking that Saturn, speaking in space, is not that far from us, so if something can hit it, something can hit us. Polar shift is essentially the idea that over time the Earth's magnetic poles have shifted, and this will inevitably lead to a cataclysmic event of tectonic plates smashing together and earthquakes and storms and what have you. It's essentially an end of the world idea. The Large Hadron Collider is a real thing that exists in, I believe, Germany, but the entire point of it is it works as essentially a giant gun to shoot particles at each other at speeds of light. What's interesting is the last time this was done, it created a new particle called the Higgs boson. What it essentially did was prevent the machine from being used further, And I should also mention, before this firing happened, there was a shock wave that ripped through the machine, damaging it and making them take more time to repair it. A physicist theorized that since time works as a fourth dimension, that shooting two particles together at such speeds would theoretically create a black hole. But since the way time and waves work, and there's people who can explain this much better than I can, shock waves ripple backwards through time in order to prevent us from causing an event that would theoretically destroy the future version. This all has to do with the idea of time as a fourth dimension, and we just move through it linearly, although it can be manipulated, and yada yada yada. It's really cool stuff. Look into it yourself if you like, but that's the idea. Oumuamua is a body of space debris that passed near our sun some years ago and was viewed from the research station of the same name in Hawaii. What was interesting is that analyzing the particles of this, it seemed to be rather homey to us. It contained carbon and things that look like Earth and stuff such as, and was probably launched after a star exploded some however many galaxies away. What's interesting is the idea that if that Earth was destroyed, and also keep in mind, this thing would have been a whole lot bigger than our Earth. If that super Earth was destroyed by its sun exploding, what means the same couldn't happen to us? The World War II Black Book was a book that was found in Berlin in 1945 that had the name of several British citizens, in fact thousands of them, with their names, addresses, and places of work that were essentially on a hit list, so to speak, if Germany was to win the war. What's weird about this is why the Black Book would still exist at such a point as 1945, when Germany was pushed all the way into Berlin, and the details are that it was found in a sofa somewhere in Berlin, and it couldn't have been the Reichstag because that place was absolutely burned to the ground. So there are several theories about why this book was created, if this book is real, etc., etc. Fish rain is a phenomenon that occurs for seemingly no reason, in which various times throughout history, fish have begun to fall from the sky. Similar things have happened with rats, snakes, etc. The leading theory is that somewhere hundreds of miles away, a tornado happened that either pulled these things out of the water or off of land and threw them that far. But even then, that doesn't necessarily make sense looking at some of the specific instances it's happened. So it's just weird. Figure it out for yourself. Clinton body doubles is exactly what it says. That several times in the public, the Clintons have used body doubles at either politically challenging times or times they were under scrutiny in order to not die. The butterfly effect is a concept that mostly relates to time travel theory and things such as that one very minor change will cause a series of changes to happen afterwards that can affect the course of history. For example, if I was to simply do this video a minute longer and not leave the house, well, that could cause me to end up in a car accident that may kill me or injure me or something rather, which would change the course of history all because of one seemingly meaningless task. This is where you hear the whole, don't go back into the past and flip over a stone, you could change world history. This is just that laid out. Ninjins are a Japanese legend of these giant human-like sort of porpoise-looking creatures that roam in the Pacific Ocean and sing sailors into their death. These are very different from mermaids, not only in their appearance, but the fact they are much, much larger. I believe up to 50 feet in some of the legends descriptions. But what's also interesting is that there are several very similar things to ninjas mentioned in Viking culture and in Indian culture and things such as, which makes it weird considering these tribes have never had contact with each other, so. The Patterson-Gimlin massacre is in reference to the Patterson-Gimlin tapes. For those that don't know, it is the very famous video or supposed first sighting of Bigfoot. If you watch the entire tape, at the beginning there seems to be something on the ground that appears as a pool of blood, and the men in the video are washing blood off of their hands. The idea of this being that these people were up there hunting for Bigfoot and simply started taking the video as the last one was leaving or walking around the campground. This leads into the idea among Bigfoot hunters that the reason we don't see them is that they were hunted out by people, and what we're seemingly watching here is the last group near the public eye being massacred. When I mentioned at the beginning, there are things that can get me kicked off of YouTube immediately. This is what I was referring to. So feel free to look it up in your own time. I'm going to be very light with it. The Houdin plan was an idea imagined by anthropologist Edward Houdin. which essentially said after World War II they needed to do something about the Germans, and the best thing to do was something called the Great Replacement Theory, and I'm going to stop talking there and you can figure it out for yourself. The oil pit squid was discovered in Indiana, in which while cultivating an oil source, there was an 8 to 12 inch squid that popped out, and supposedly this has happened more than once by oil crews in the area. This makes absolutely no sense because the squid shouldn't be able to survive in oil, and why is it in the middle of landlocked Indiana? A lot of the information I found on this related back to the hollow earth idea. Regardless of what your theory is on it, it's very weird that this thing exists at all. And then lastly, I'm going to get into the two most interesting theories that I found on this tier, and I believe that they're interconnected to each other. The first is the people of the mount theory. The background of it essentially works like this. In the 1820s, there was an animal researcher who was trying to figure out why lemurs existed in some parts of the world and not others, and seemingly skip giant areas. This was one of the first groundworks that led to the idea of Pangea, and that all of the continents were originally pushed together. However, even going off of Pangea, that would mean there was a giant portion of land that just doesn't exist anymore, with the idea being whenever the plate shifted, it simply sank below water. The name of this unidentified continent was called Lemuria. Get it? Lemuria. Near the coast of where this supposed Lemuria is supposed to be is an area known as Mount Shasta. Locals have said that at night you can see people leaving in robes, and these people are tall, like much taller than any person can be, 9 to 10 feet. Supposedly beneath Mount Shasta is a completely hollow ground, and that the survivors of this Lemuria sought it for shelter and have lived under there, untouched by society ever since.
Yeah.
In 1904, a researcher went to Mount Shasta and said he found miles and miles of underground caves full of gold and silver and crystals and things such as, but whenever he put together a team to go research it, he disappeared, which is weird. Most of what I found on Lemurians and the people of the Mount, again, relates back to Hollow Earth theory, which is why I think that was mentioned so much in this stage, but the idea that there is this untouched race of people existing in underground caves in the modern times. This also relates to something else on this tier, which is crystal skulls. There are 13 perfectly made crystal skulls that have been found variously around the world, but what's odd about them is while they're all made exactly the same, no one can place where they came from. They were each recovered from different dig sites and seem to have the same properties as one another, yet no one really knows where they came from. And every accusation where they came from, such as pre-Columbia or Spain or whatever, has been proved false. According to the legend surrounding these skulls, though, they supposedly contain energy. Anyone who touches the skull or comes into contact with it shares their memories with it, and then that is passed on to the next handler.
Isn't that... I know it's obviously its own conspiracy theory or whatever. Isn't that just Dan Aykroyd's fucking vodka?
And so on and so forth. What's interesting about this is part of what the researcher mentioned who got lost in the Mount Shasta cave in 1904 is that they communicated using crystals. When I was reading this for this tier, keep in mind these are two different theories, I thought it was wild that these crystals that Lemurians have to supposedly communicate with each other seem to be the same things that these skulls were that supposedly communicate with each other, and no one knew where the skulls came from, and it related back to Lemuria. Again, to clarify, I don't believe in this, I think it's neat. So to encompass this whole theory together, especially with other stuff seen in the tier, that would mean that the Lemurians did go underground but found either the Agartha beneath Earth, or at least hidden passageways that work all the way under Earth, and there is an entire civilization of humanity existing apart from ourselves underground, and periodically their belongings, such as these crystal skulls, are found in other parts of the world. So there's my huge headcanon for secret underground mole people. Tier 3 is titled as the Truth Agent, and its definition is point of no return. Some of this knowledge will make you appear and act like a lunatic to normal people's eyes, but it's only the beginning. If you are still here, you might want to study and research more, following your path. First up is singularity. Singularity has two base definitions. The first is the idea of an infinite zero in an equation, so in things such as a black hole, density is calculated infinitely, which is the reason a black hole exists. However, the version that I think the theory is referring to, because there's more reference to this type of thing in this tier, is the idea that humanity will eventually reach a point of no return with technology, meaning that at some point we will either
Fine. Yahoo. Yahoo Mail. Glad I did this, so now I could fucking Yahoo, next. Yes, go. Yahoo, settings. Settings. Hold on. Account info. Where the fuck is it? Where did it say? Oh, not that. Then it'd be this. Privacy. Oh, the date of birth that provided. Nickname, recovery phone, apps connected to. Category. Oh, why the fuck does it not tell me? How the fuck do I find it? Alright. Account info. Privacy dashboard. See when I created my Yahoo 2024. Um, Dog, I'm going to lose my fucking mind if it does not tell me. Why is this so fucking hard? Like, legitimately. Yahoo, I'm going to kill you. My Yahoo. Why will it not tell me when the fuck Yahoo, when, where can I see when I created my account? Go to your profile. Manage your account. Go to your profile, edit profile info. Yahoo. Yahoo. Account info. Edit. How do I? Go to your Go to your profile. Yahoo profile. YouTube.
In this short, knowing when reasons, such as after that, they sent you. When I first created my Google account.
Fuck it. I don't care. Just exit.
Develop ourselves to such a dependence on technology, or to a point that AI will be equal to humanity and there will be no coming back from it. So there are theories that we've already hit that singularity point, or that we are very quickly about to, and this relates to ideas on both sides of transhumanism who think that's a good thing, and people who believe that technology has progressed too far and that we should quit while we're ahead. Quantum suicide and immortality is a tricky one to understand, but I'm going to try to do my best to you. I'm going to need to explain some ideas in quantum mechanics, so bear with me. I am not a physicist, but I will do my best. The word quantum itself refers to super small microscopic particles. I am talking pieces of atoms as they move around. What's interesting about atoms and electrons and things such as is that we never know at one point where they are. They're constantly moving, never setting still. So what that means is that we always predict where they'll be or have an idea of the estimation of where they'll be. Obviously, this is very different from real-world logic. I can point at you or a thing at the wall or the Travis Scott vinyl back there and know for sure that it is there, that it is a tangible object. However, you can't do that with atoms. What's interesting is that this doesn't just apply to one atom. It applies to 2 atoms or 3 or 4 in clusters. So there has to be a point somewhere where atoms quit being atoms that are judged quantumly and begin becoming objects that can be judged logically. This goes back to the whole idea of a sand pile, that if you have a heap of sand and you periodically take 1 grain of sand out, it never quits being a heap. But by that logic, by the time you get down to 1 bit of sand, that's still technically a heap unless there's some rule that changes it somewhere. All this really has to do with thought experiments and theories and things such as. And quantum suicide and immortality itself is one of these thought experiments. If we apply quantum mechanics to real large world creations such as humans or chairs or what have you, that's where we get into ideas like Schrodinger's cat. Schrodinger's cat is the idea that if you were to take a cat and to put it in a box, then inside this box there was a mechanism that had a 50% chance of killing the cat. The cat would be both dead and alive until observed. Now remember, this is all applying to quantum mechanics. So if the way atoms work are, we don't know how they are until we look at it at a specific moment and say, oh, that's it, then something larger, like a cat, would have the same rules applied to it. So by Schrodinger's cat logic or Schrodinger's law, things in the real world are not manipulated until you look at them. But obviously that isn't true because things can happen without us directly looking at it. The inverse to Schrodinger's law is something called Copenhagen's law. Copenhagen